What up, B-Dog? No, Path of Exile goes early access on the 6th. Path of Exile goes early access on the 6th. Sorry, I gotta post to everything. Here, hold on, let me put on some music so we're not just sitting here doing nothing. And then I have to stream wait, stream element streamlabs. Yo, what's going on, Morton? You look sharp in the new glasses? Thank you. I'm actually pretty excited. What up, Garb? Yeah, big login. Not this. I need giveaways. Complete. Edit. Just double check that I'm not promising a thing that isn't real. Okay, sick. God damn it. Start. Perfect. Okay. Yo, what up, MacBane? 23 months. What? 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 Thank you so much. Sorry you got scammed out of your alert. Also, this music is insanely loud. No, so Path of Exile 2 is not currently out. You go to Path of Exile 2. If it was out, everybody would be watching it. What people are doing right now is learning and talking about it. Bunch of stuff like that. But myself, I have not done a lot to learn. What up, Graham? What up, Garm? What's going on? I have not done a lot to learn about it. I've been a little bit blind on it. So what I wanted to do was take some time to learn about it. I just wanted to catch myself up, check out some stuff. Also, Darth put out a video. It seems like it might be very interesting to watch, so I want to check that out too. Do I know what I'm playing first tune? I don't. I do not know. The only thing I don't like the look of is Mercenary, because I wish he just had a gun. Because I think it's silly that grenades shoot out of your crossbow. I think that looks fucking stupid, if I'm being honest with you. But I know a lot of people are excited about the Mercenary, but just give the man a gun is what I would say. But obviously people are going to expect me to play the Witch, so we're going to be checking out the Witch. I just want to see what they currently have out. I just want to see what they currently have out. And get a look at it. But our boy Darth Microtransaction has been putting out a lot of really good content recently. And this is kind of a sit down. He has a video called A Message for All Path of Exile 2 players. So I'm kind of interested to see what he's talking about. And then basically what I want to do is I want to watch their stuff that they currently have here. Give my little takes on it. Your boy's trying to be like a legitimate ARPG streamer and not just somebody who sits in a fucking test box with spreadsheets, which I do love doing. But oddly enough, I need to make more than just that content. I'm very excited for the music as well. What up, everybody over on YouTube? It's going to be huge. It is going to be huge. It's going to be very big. No, I unironically, I just kind of hate. I love the look of the crossbow. I hate that it's just a gun. We are here for the spreadsheets. I'm not gonna not do that. Yo, Matt, thank you so much for becoming a real one over on YouTube. But here, let's do something. I want to start off with DM's video. I think he's been having a lot of really good takes recently. PoE is absolutely made for spreadsheets. You know what's kind of wild? So on Blue Sky and on Twitter, I tweeted out like, hey, people who play PoE, where do you go to test stuff? Like, where do you go to test stuff in game? And they were like, oh, just use Path of Builder. And I was like, no, where do you test things to like see what they do and to know what they do and to make sure they all work and that there's no like unintuitive interactions and, you know, like determine, you know, like how different systems interact with each other. And everybody's like, no, you just use Path of Builder. I'm like, no, you guys, you help me out here. When you played the game, Path of Builder is a third-party application that somebody creates. Somebody has to go test how the things work. To put it's a new video game. And people are like, I don't get what you're asking for. It's just like, what are the best practices for testing stuff in game? Which was very, very weird to me. So that was an interesting clash of culture immediately, where people were just like, you just use Path of Builder. I'm like, but how do you know that Path of Builder is correct? They're like, it just is. I'm like, but somebody had to test the things. Like PoE 2, I understand it's, you know, same engine, same stuff, and it's going to, you know, iterate on what's already there. So you could probably assume the majority of the stuff works the same way. But like when we were playing PoE, and I was like, oh, this is going to invert my target's resistances. Does that occur before or after minus resistances? And I went to like Palsteron. I went to Palsteron, my boy, and I was like, hey, does it invert before the negative res or negative res before the invert? Because it had a statement that said, on the wiki, it said, basically, because of how the interaction worked, negative res was like always valuable or something. I forget exactly what it said. But like Palsteron didn't just know exactly how it works. And even the wiki, once I found out how it worked, wasn't properly communicating the exact mechanic. And I was just like, oh, how do people find this out? But Path of Builder is not a way to test a theory because you're assuming that the Path of Builder is correct. And I was just like, so how do people test it in game? And nobody could give me an answer. And I thought that was wild. I thought that was wild bananas. So what that says to me is that the people who are behind testing for Path of Builder have come to like conclusive understandings of things. And the new stuff implemented into the game, either one has like a really high success rate of being functional, but also two, always works intuitively. Or that people then go and test it very quickly. But it was wild to me that nobody knew what I was talking about. They were just like, yeah, just use Path of Builder. And I'm like, but who? It was like, who watches the watchers? You know what I mean? Yo, what's going on, everybody? Hermione, thank you for the follow. So I thought that was wild. I thought that was a wild thing. Everybody's just like, I don't know, man, just use it. Yeah, exactly, mic drop. It could be a lot of things, right? Let's just assume GGG are fucking god devs and literally nothing is broken. That still doesn't mean that everything works as you would believe it to in the tooltip and that overlapping systems won't impact one another. I just thought it was wild. I thought that was bananas. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch DM's video. Let's see if he has some cool things to say. And then I want to go through and I just want to I want to pick up on all the videos that I can. You know, chit chat about them with you all, get some better ideas, you know, fill in some of my gaps. And then, yeah, and then see. And then I want to play the Bazaar because the Bazaar is very good. Did I decide on a class yet? Yo, what up, Sarah? Also, I saw Xanth earlier. What's good, boo-boo? Appreciate you. And then the last thing that I want to explain, actually, just real quick. So Gamer Advantage. Oddly enough, I've been talking with my boys over at Gamer Advantage. That's how I got the new specs, right? Just anybody who hasn't seen it or hasn't seen my most recent video. We got some new, these are kind of insane. I love these things. Look at how bendy they are. This is not me lifting them up. This is me fully bending them. Look at that. That's insane. So, Gamer Advantage is obviously having like a Black Friday, Cyber Monday sale. Pretty insane. Pretty insane stuff. Also, I think they're Inferno, but also no, the Diablo. The Diablos. I love these very much. So, Gamer Advantage, they've been a sponsor of mine for a very, very, very long time. And nowadays it's mostly just kind of like an affiliate type thing. But I really wanted to reconnect with them a lot. I feel like my community has really enjoyed Gamer Advantage. I see the orders that come in all the time. So I just wanted to remind people, one, I am sponsored by Gamer Advantage, code macro at checkout. They're having a massive sale today. And because I was like, hey, Gamer Advantage, you know, we haven't done, wow, I'm still way too big, huh? What a fucking idiot I am. But I was like, hey, Gamer Advantage, you know, we haven't really engaged with my community in a while. Can I get some codes to give out to them just like for free? And they're like, yeah, of course, here you go. So shout outs to Haley over at Gamer Advantage. Finally, again, to talk to Haley as well. They didn't have a lot of opportunities to do so. They seem like a super cool person. I'm glad that they're managing it. But Gamer Advantage is doing a huge sale. It's going to be ending today. Free shipping on all orders in the US. They also ship everywhere. They also do prescription. Your FSA and your HSA can actually cover these. You'd have to check with your individual plans. But yes, they do prescription. If you've never checked out Gamer Advantage and you're like me, you're a millennial, you're a little bit older. Heck, you're probably even older than that, considering my demographics. And if you've never really been paying attention to your eyesight, I have 20/20 vision. Like, I don't need these to see. I noticed that my eyes were constantly bloodshot. They were drying out. I was getting migraines. And just being in front of a computer for this long every single day, it's just like, sucks. It sucks. And it's quite literally leading to your eyesight degrading over time. There's like a bunch of different studies out there, and they also have like all of those cited here that also deal with like sleep quality when it comes to this. I didn't feel personally like my sleep quality changed, but I used to get a ton of migraines until I started wearing these. Snuggie actually hooked me up. So I'm going to be doing a $50 giveaway on Twitch today. We'll do that in like an hour or two. And then we're also going to do a giveaway on YouTube. Doing it on YouTube, I'll have to do it manually. So basically, if you're hanging around, I'm just going to play a game of pick number 1 through 100, and whoever guesses it first will get it. So we're just going to do that. I'll reach out to you on YouTube, or I'll have you DM me on Discord. But I want to get these gift cards in the hands of people if they're looking to, one, order them, because holiday season is coming up. If you're like me, you celebrate holidays where you give gifts. These are an amazing gift. The ones I'm currently wearing are the New Horizon 2.0. I have them in crystal. And the only other thing that you really need to learn about are the different lens types. So there are the focus, the sleep, and the dream. These are the sleep. If I were to pull them out and show them to you, as you can see, there's like no discoloration, right? These aren't your granddad's gamer glasses where they're super fucking yellow and ridiculous to look at, if I'm being honest with you. These are the sleep. These are the middle concentration of the blue light blocking compound that are actually in the lenses themselves. It's not a coating. It's not a sticker. The dream are their thickest concentration of the composite, or sorry, I just said composite and compound, of the compound that has the blue light blocking. These ones will have a little bit more of a coloration to them. You really don't notice it unless you put it up against like a white surface. And then the focus, which are typically used for like very casual use, or if you mostly all your screen time is like on your phone or checking a YouTube video, with the smallest concentration of it. But that's the only thing that you really need to know about. So Gamer Advantage, go check them out, gameradvantage.com. Down in the description is my reference link. I do get a kickback. I get a 10%, kickback on this, just like full transparency. But I do believe in this product. I love them very, very much. I was wearing them for over a year, or I think just about a year before they even reached out to me to to sponsor the channel. So I just wanted to give them their love, and we're going to be doing a giveaway in a little bit, just to show some appreciation to you all for hanging out. And I just know a lot of, in fact, like I think over this weekend, there were like 4 or 5 different purchases that all went through, and I haven't talked about Gamer Advantage in a grip. So shout outs to everybody who got their money's worth. But yeah, alrighty, let's check out DM's video. Want to check this out? See what he's got to say. I'm kind of hoping he addresses some of the things that I'm seeing. I'm not sure. I haven't checked it out myself. Really recommend checking up on League Mechanics, Delirium, Ritual, Ultimatum, and Sanctum. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have seen some of the League mechanics. Like, I know they're doing the fucking put down bombs and fight stuff. It looks like they're doing the click a crystal and then kill all the things in time, and the more you kill, the better it is. I already know about, like, ascendancies. It looks like I mean, we'll get into it in a second, but it looks like they intend for you to like continue to run these ascendancy trials even after you're done ascending, like until like even once you've fully unlocked everything, unless I'm misunderstanding that, which maybe that's just weird. And then but yeah, let's go ahead and check out DM's video. The name of the video is A Message to All Path of Exile Players. Let's go ahead and check out what DM has to say. Okay, so I kind of want to take a second here away from the heavily edited comedy, infotainment type of stuff, and have a conversation about something we appreciate, by the way, actually important. I think DM's been crushing it.
The comments that I'm getting on the live streams, as well as the YouTube video, as well as what I'm just seeing from like the demographic that's enjoying this type of content, is very primarily there seems to be a significant number of new players going into Path of Exile 2. I'm talking.
That makes a lot of sense. We saw this obviously when Vessel of Hatred launches, right? This makes sense. A lot of new people engaging with the thing because it's a new game for all intents and purposes. The really interesting part about it was, especially when Vessel of Hatred launched for D4, I felt like I was getting the types of questions, the types of inquiries, the types of comments that I was getting back when the game first released, which was like, basically like a lot of people, one, just having like very simple questions like, how does this work? How does that work? But then also having a lot of the same misunderstandings of your typical new players, as well as bringing in like a fresh wave of people who haven't really learned about the game. So a lot of their opinions are like, not bad, but like underdeveloped or uninformed. And it was a little bit of a wake up call to me. It was just like, me personally, I need to start treating almost even like every season, but every like new thing, every new instance where people would be showing up to play as like a whole new reset on stuff. So maybe this is what we're going to get into here.
People that never played Path of Exile 1, maybe even people new to the genre itself. And the thing about it is a lot of the content that you're seeing is either presuming previous knowledge of not only the game, but of conversations that maybe have arrived around the ARPG genres and Path of Exile in particular. One such example would be things like build guides. Okay, you'll see people that would suggest, like I typically suggest, just play the game. You see people that suggest use a build guide, etc. Or there will be conversations like meta conversations around like, should you use a build guide? What does it actually mean? But the reality is a lot of people coming in aren't even familiar with like these types of concepts. So what I want to do in this video is just kind of give a general talk on Path of Exile 2 in my basic suggestions in terms of just enjoy the game and some things to kind of avoid for people that are maybe entirely new to not only the game, but the genre.
So one of the things I appreciate about DM and something that he has said himself, and like obviously I've talked with DM, right? Like we've now been in the same space for a while, but I've talked with DM. Sadly, I haven't gotten the opportunity to meet him, but he, in one of the most recent videos I saw from him, he's like self-proclaimed like a casual but hard enthusiast, right? Like you shouldn't be going to him for build guides. That's not what he's doing. But what he is doing is enjoying playing the game and having the informed casual experience, which is like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm trying to do. I know what I'm looking to experience. I understand how the game works. I'm not new to the game. And I think that's really important to especially for somebody who's consuming content, to go through the spectrum, right? Like if we were to put myself Rax and like DM on a spectrum here. There's me on this side, which is like, if you need to know the answer to a very specific question, you come here because that's where my expertise lies. That's what I'm interested in. That's what I'm invested in. And that means that I could probably give you a pretty broad spectrum of answers, but like, this is what I'm good for. If you want to be able to go ask somebody any question at all, you go to Rax. Why? Rax probably has a pretty good handle on most things. Will Rax be able to tell you exactly how these 6 different aspects interact if he's not currently piloting the build? Probably not. If he is piloting the build, he'll know everything. Rax is a god gamer. But like this thing right here, he'll know whether or not it all works. You may not know like exactly just like this hyper minutia. And I would say that like DM is somewhere in the middle of these two concepts, or maybe the spectrum has like a third kind of layer to it, where he's like, he could tell you what the good practice is. He could tell you what he's learned. He has a really good understanding of just like the general concept. And then he also knows where to tell you to go get the other stuff. And I think it's really important to have, as many, not facets, but as many outlooks on a thing and as many different understandings as possible, because I might not be able to give you the answer that Rax might not be able to give you, that DM might be able to give you, because we're choosing to focus on like very different things. And I think that that's very valuable.
IO2 is what, in my opinion, is going to be sort of a rare breed in ARPGs. It's sort of a meeting pot where we're seeing people come from Path of Exile 1, we're seeing people come from Diablo 4, we're seeing from Last Epoch, and from all of the ARPG genre. People are sort of meeting in the middle, and you can see some conflicting opinions, conversations, around the game overall, and it can be kind of confusing. So for Path of Exile 2, I want to just right from the beginning say this. It is, in my opinion, going to be like a generational type of game because we are seeing so many people come to it. I think it's going to be the type of game, unless it's just like a super early hot take and ends up being absolutely terrible and this ages like milk. I think this game is legitimately going to be like the pinnacle of ARPGs, or at least up there for a while. And it's going to be 5 years, 10-year plus style of game, just like Path of Exile 1 was. On the release of the original Path of Exile 1, it took some time to get to the point where we saw all of the things and now has into it and to earn the respect and all of that of the people by so long. And you probably have thought when you see Path of Exile 2, like one of the most common comments I see is that Path of Exile 2 seems like, extremely overhyped, or I don't believe the hype, or it seems like people are just jumping on the hype train. I want to address that is sort of one of the first points. Part of the
So I want to touch on 2 things they just said there. The idea of it being a generational game, being the peak of the genre, and then it being overhyped. Just as somebody who is currently very much outside of PoE 2. I'm very much outside of PoE 2. I've been playing ARPGs since they existed. I'm very outside of PoE 2, right? I only recently really locked in with PoE in the most recent league, right? Out of everything. Luna Eclipsum and Rain Man, thank you for the follows. The idea of it being a generational game, I think I agree with that. I think that with the release of Diablo 4, you had a lot of people who were brand new to the RPG genre or brand new to the franchise who never really played it before. And I think a lot of that is actually buoyed off of the success of Diablo 3 and how well it played on console, of all things. I had friends back when I was in the PBM industry who were not gamers at all, but they both had Switches so that they could play. Was it Switches on Diablo 3? They both had a console that they could play Diablo 3 on. I think it was the Switch. And they would have couch co-op parties with other people from the office who would all come in and play Diablo 3 together. I think where the Diablo game has like really cemented itself and what it's really opened the door for is a lot of very casual players for the genre. And I don't mean that as a dig. I think the majority of the gaming market are casual players who like the game and like to play it. Then you also have the old heads from the RPG genre who are still saying Diablo 1 was the best of all time. And we're just looking to get back to that glory. And then you have modern ARPG players who kind of have their pick of things right now. There are so many different ARPGs out there, with only more coming out and more games pulling on the ARPG genre. You have things like like Survivor clones and Survivor likes are basically just like run based, like fast paced ARPGs for all intents and purposes. And the only thing that Path of Exile has going against it is how hilariously overwhelming and uninviting its systems are. I know they're simplifying a lot of those things from what I've seen, but the skill tree is still what the skill tree is. Skill gems are still what they are. They just don't go in your gear. Now they're in a massive list of stuff. At least it like tells you which one goes with which, but seeing stuff from the gameplay footage that they've shown with things in it, it's still like this skill gem has 18 proper nouns on it you're never going to see. So I don't see that changing in PoE 2. Maybe DM has some insight I don't, but that is still going to be a limiting factor. It can be up until recently. I think there's a really good analogy. Up until recently, Kendrick Lamar was the rapper's rapper. Kendrick Lamar was the rapper's rapper. If you were into hip hop, you had to put respect on Kendrick Lamar's name. Kendrick Lamar released albums that weren't really open to the majority of the casual consumer base. Damn is where the majority of people, even I didn't really lock into Kendrick until Damn. But Damn is where a lot of people first got on board because he was finally making very approachable music. While it's not his best album, it's an amazingly good album. PoE 2 might be regarded as the best ARPG ever. It might be regarded as your ARPG player's ARPG. That's not the same thing as it being like the golden standard for the genre for casuals, which is very different.
Reason you're seeing this and people like myself coming up here and being so excited about this, because I've been very vocal before about games like Ashes of Creation or Star Citizen, like these games that I see so much hype for to levels that seem astronomical and promises of what it's going to deliver and basically promise to be the next thing in the genre. It's hard for me to believe these level of hype when I see them because of how much press I'm seeing around it. And a lot of times these are in early access, much like Path of Exile 2 is going to be. So you're probably seeing some like contradiction in terms of like, how can you be so excited when you typically aren't so excited in like early access in these other games, but yet everyone's so excited in Path of Exile 2. And if you're new to the Path of Exile game or the genre or the company and its reputation, that's probably very confusing. It can almost seem like maybe it's like a scam, or I don't really like get like, why is this one so it's still early access? It costs $30 to get in. Like, what's going on? And so the first bit to answer that is GGG, which is, Grinding Gear Games, the company that has basically developed Path of Exile 2, as well as obviously Path of Exile 1, has earned a reputation over the last 10 years of like under promise, over deliver. Not only the quantity of content they've pumped out for the original game, but the quality of content in terms of cadence, performance, and you can kind of go down the line, but has been fairly significant. I myself am fairly newer within Path of Exile. And I say that only having like 1,400 hours in, which is still like, only in any other game that'd be an expertise, but that's because of the, the quantitative amount of content you see in Path of Exile 1. But even during my time in the game, I have seen both the quality and quantity of content come to the original Path of Exile 1 in just the amount of time. So first of all, you have statements, performance of actions, as well as things like transparency. When they have an issue, they basically come up, say exactly what the issue is almost immediately, etc. I think a good example of this would have been there was a major patch that was trying to be deployed in order to get Path of Exile 2 ready. And the most recent delay, the delaying it from November 15th to December 6th, they had to kind of come up there with just a fairly heartfelt apology, like, we're really sorry, here's what's going on, and it's believable would be.
Yeah, so there's a couple different things here. There was a comment on YouTube from somebody who has a lot of very strong opinions I don't agree. Every game is hard until you learn it. I hard disagree with that. That's not accurate. Until you get used to it. Casual players, PoE 2 for a while will stop being casuals for it. That's not accurate at all. In fact, playing a game for a long time doesn't stop you from being a casual. I think a lot of times we kind of misconstrue what casual means. Casual is an approach to a thing. So if you really like playing yard games, like let's say you like playing bocce if you're an Italian. Bocce is a game, you toss a small rock down a lane, then you toss larger balls at them, and whoever gets the most balls closer to the little rock gets the most points. There's a lot of strategy, there's a lot of things to understand, there's geometry. It can be a very intensive game physically to be able to like aim your stuff. You can play bocce every single time that you have like a cookout or an event or whatever. You could even do like a casual league where you and your other 50-something-year-old friends get together and you play some bocce. You could have been playing bocce for 50 years. You don't stop being a casual player of a thing until you invest a certain amount of extra or additional or unnecessary time into crafting and developing your understanding of a thing. Casual is not just amount of hours playing a thing. It is an approach to a thing. If you could be the #1 Spiritborn in the world, let's say, in Diablo 4. If you followed a build guide and just equipped items without necessarily knowing what they all did, you're just good at playing the video game, you can accomplish this thing. That does not stop you from being a casual. A casual is an approach to playing a game. It is not an amount of hours or an amount of experience. It is an expertise and it is a delving into something. Often we think of the difference between casual and pro because pro is the typical counterpoint to casual because it is somebody who is professionally doing that thing. But what professional speaks to is a level of investment in a development of skills and understanding of theory, typically. Path of Exile is unapproachable to gain an understanding from a casual perspective. You can play the game a lot. You can do it a bunch. You can like know what's happening in the game. But if you were just following a pop and you are just playing through the stuff and you get to end game and you're doing mapping and stuff, coming to understand the intricacies of what's happening is not approachable from a casual perspective. To understand the game, you have to specifically go beyond casual for Path of Exile 2. I think that there are a lot of games that are like that, and there are a lot of games who you can come to understand the game, but from the casual side. A really good example, and I'm going to keep coming back to this. A really good example from my time playing PoE in the last league was very specifically, I was playing the fire, whatever, ascendancy. I was playing a chieftain. And I needed to know how my reduction of enemy resistances would work with the inversion of those same resistances. You can't learn that from the casual perspective. It's not about a misunderstanding of what you're doing. It's not knowing why it happens. Here's a really good way to think about it. If you don't sit down and do the research to understand how something works, it's effectively magic. You can know that every time you click the button, the magic will happen, but you don't really understand it. So if the thing that you're doing to you may effectively as just still be magic, then you are a casual, and that's perfectly fine. Electric engineering. I know when I click the button for this light right here, it will shoot light at me. Now, I have me, Mac, the person, I have a better idea than that. I know a lot more that goes into electricity. I know a lot more that goes into electronics. Not that much. But let's say I don't. If you hit your light switch and you don't know how the light comes out of the light bulb, that's basically magic. And if something's magic to you, you are a casual. I think even a lot of people who think they know what's going on in PoE, a lot of it is still magic. It's like, I know when I put these things together, it happens. I don't exactly know why, but I know it happens. And I don't believe that the systems in the game are approachable from a casual perspective. You know, somebody referenced earlier, you can search in the passive skill tree. You can search. Tippity tap, tippity tap, tap, tap. Oh, this many nodes say fire. That one has a big number, and when I click it, the DPS number on my skill goes up. That's probably best. That's magic to those people. They don't really know why it's happening. I don't know if making it so that choosing to use a two-hander would be the best outcome for this build that's attempting to apply damage with this skill, because I don't yet know how attack speed breakpoints work. I don't yet know how the modifiers work. I don't yet know how things down the line will impact it. I'm just making the most informed decision I can be right now. But that's not the same thing as being a pro, being professional, like or having a deep understanding of the thing. And it's not bad. There's no wrong way. There's no bad thing. But I think it's fair to say PoE 2 is not attempting to be truly approachable from the casual experience, because that's part of why people like PoE. It's part of the reason why people like Dark Souls. Dark Souls is meant to get good. Path of Exile, you're meant to get deep, because they made systems deep enough for you to actually dig into. Fuck. I've gone on too many segues now. I forget what Darth was talking about.
A terminology I would use. The other part I'm going to use, which is it is going to be personal information as opposed to, more objective information. But I've had the opportunity to speak with the devs in person, off camera, that was not used as content. And I've got to tell you, while I enjoyed the game of Path of Exile 1 before, I started what I would consider like trusting the game or the company, or at least having belief in.
Okay, sorry, Darth. Darth, I love you so much. But I do feel like if all I do is watch your video, I'm not actually doing anything. So the thing that Darth was talking about is, why are you willing to trust that this game is going to live up to the hype? One, GGG has a lot going for it. This was just Path of Exile 2 wasn't going to be a sequel. It was going to be a redefining of PoE, trimming away a lot of fat, iterating on stuff, getting it into next-gen graphics, updating the engine itself, right? And then it morphed into being a sequel. Also, all of the content that they've showcased currently in the game, as far as I understand it, is content that's already in the game. You can trust that Path of Exile 2 is going to deliver on the Path of Exile experience, because it's the same game. They're trimming it down, they're making it cleaner, they're making it more intuitive, they're taking stuff out of certain systems so that you can do them. Like, again, the skill gems coming out of gear is like a really good example. But it is going to be the evolution of the same game. So it's not Amazon putting out their first ever ARPG. It's not even Blizzard putting out their next ARPG. It's not Supergiant putting out a new game. It's people who have been developing this game for over a decade, putting out their next installment of this game, and they've straight up showed you it's the same game, but new. So of course you can trust them. But I understand that if you're not coming from a place where you've already learned about Path of Exile, you think you can make these statements like, why would you even really trust them? The actual question is, why would you not trust them to be able to deliver on it?
In the company, which is something that I believe in modern society, belief in companies is sort of a foregone. I mean, it's very, very rare that there's actually a company you believe in or a product you believe in. Like, people have become skeptical for good reason due to under-delivered promises from larger corporations, et cetera. So people don't really
capitalism sucks.
tend to give that faith in a product or company very often. But in my communications and interactions, I'm going to say it with Jonathan Rogers in particular, the man who's sort of the major lead on the Path of Exile 2 project. I have come to wholeheartedly believe the man is multiple things. One of which is a person that actually knows his product demographic and how to accomplish what he's setting out to do, actually enjoys the own game in which he is playing and understands the game as well as an honest person. So I have some personal belief in the company due to the nature of the person that is primarily
you believe in the person,
the company
who is doing the work.
Makes sense. Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's my personal reason that I am allowing myself to sort of get on the hype train for Path of Exile 2, as well as hopefully somewhat of an answer as to why you're seeing so much of a hype train from so many different creators within the ARPG scene. It's more than just everyone is trying to farm the latest game and we'll go farm the next one. There's always that percentage of
absolutely.
it. Obviously, I'm going to post videos for the game that's the most hype in the ARPG scene as now, but there is legitimate belief in the company as well as the product behind it, with basically every creator that you could think or name. I don't really know, to be honest, of anyone in the field that I've talked to personally, professionally, whatever you want to call it, that feels other than like an overwhelming faith in the company, essentially, which is exceedingly rare in the gaming ARPG market. Now, another conversation you might see as, tending to Path of Exile 2.
What's very interesting here, because if everybody in my comments is going to do nothing but compare PoE 2 and Diablo 4, then I get to do it as well. The very interesting thing was walking into Diablo 4, we had to be taking a leap of faith. It is a completely different team. It's looking to produce a different type of product in a different millennia. Right? Like in a different century than what it originally was. And what's very interesting to me is that people coming to Path of Exile 2, like quite literally, PoE just released its last league, and you're now going to be able to play the sequel. There's no leap of faith here. There is no, reconstruction of the trust. There is no needing to meet the new faces of the game. And this isn't like it's unfair, we can't compare. But it's a very, I think, an important thing to kind of point out is that the Diablo player base had to give that hope, had to give that faith. And not everybody received what they were hoping for. And that's a fair and an honest and a real understanding of that. Path of Exile 2 has a lot of advantages where it's at right now that I think is going to speak to a huge reason for its success. And I think that that's going to inform the reception of this game, obviously, but I think that they're going to have a much easier route to success, which, I'm happy for them, power to them. That's awesome that is a truth for them, but it's a very different thing. When Volson was releasing, there was no faith in Volson. You just had to get excited because we were finally getting a new ARPG. Also, the ARPG space has never really the ARPG space has never been more in the current spotlight this late into its existence. Like, what other genre is like this still in the spotlight? I mean, like FPS and like sports games, right? But that's those are like, so you get a new one every year, that's where you get your trust from. Like, there aren't a lot of genres that are having a renaissance this late after they have been codified to be releasing into, especially with the name brand power of something like PoE. I don't really agree with your leap of faith talk here for D4. I'm not sure what you don't agree with. So D3 wasn't a leap of faith. I actually don't think that D3 was a leap of faith. I was a fan of Diablo during the time that D3 was coming out. The length of time between D2 and D3, everybody was just frothing at the mouth waiting for D3 to come out. Because the original D2 fan base felt ostracized by Diablo 3. We had to do a leap of faith going into Diablo 4. I don't think there's a way to disagree with that, to be quite honest. The developers did not have the trust of the fans in the genre. Just straight up. You had to take a leap of faith. Unless people are using that term differently. But a leap of faith is typically choosing to participate in a thing based off of your desire for that thing to succeed without having a basis of facts to be able to bolster your faith. But like, we absolutely took a leap of faith into Diablo 4. And a lot of that was informed by the release of Diablo 3. But Diablo 3 wasn't a leap of faith. Nobody thought that Blizzard could fail at a Diablo game. That just wasn't a reality. Like, you have to remember that walking into Diablo 3, Blizzard was the people who made ARPG. The genre, the sleuter, the hack and slash. There was no failure. That wasn't a thing.
If you are a newer player, is how, about blind. There's been some recent drama. I won't go into this about, stuff getting spoiled. There wasn't really anything major spoiled, but in terms of, should you go into the game blind? Should you use a build guide? Like, why is this such a big conversational point? And there's multiple reasons behind this, and I'll just kind of explain this for people that might decide to play the game and want to really know what the decision is to make. I myself, as someone who, would benefit from you watching and absorbing my content, would actually heavily recommend to you to basically do the opposite, which is I would suggest to keep yourself as clean and virgin snow as possible in terms of how much content that you absorb with the game. The only reason I say this is because Path of Exile 2 in and of itself is actually doing a very good job, in my experience of playing it, of explaining the game to you. I don't think this is a situation in which you need to download build guide. I know people don't really have guides out, at the moment, literally anyway, due to the nature of the game really hasn't been, explored as often as some of the other
Day
games.
one build guides,
but
boys.
I don't think this is a game in which you have to download 13 billion programs and all of that in order to be able to enjoy it from the beginning. I think this is the type of game that you can, as a newer player, go into it and actually have the game itself sort of handhold you, at least from the beginning, to be able to understand it. And if you hit a wall, feel free to absorb these other things. I do think there will come a point when the end game, when you're feeling not maybe as much power as you would like, and you're going to begin to do some research. But I do think there is an argument to be made that going into the game and experiencing for yourself is now a possibility. This might seem contradictory due to, if you've done any research about the original Path of Exile game, you're going to see almost always unanimously people recommending you to have a build guide from the beginning. And that is because Path of Exile 1 did not do the things that Path of Exile 2 are doing in order to handhold you, teach you the game, or keep you from basically corrupting your character. While your character can be salvaged in the end game, it was more difficult in Path of Exile 1 to be able to get an enjoyable experience without some outside information. This is probably the most common complaint of Path of Exile 1 and is a large portion of the reason that the Path of Exile 1, while it was considered a great game, didn't 100% dominate like all of the market and everyone's unanimously playing it on console and PC, and it's just like obvious it won, is because Path of Exile 1 is not very friendly to new players. And that is why
Um, the there's a couple things here, and how do I want to go about this? So, okay, I got it. I got the idea. I got the idea. DM saying, hey, try not to just absorb everything. You know, try not to just absorb everything. Try to go through and enjoy the game. I think that there's a huge difference between somebody beating the campaign of any game, but beating the campaign and playing the game. And the reason why I put that into quotation marks is because there are a lot of people in the ARPG space who will very easily make this statement, and they're accurate, except it's a personal thing as opposed to just a truth, that you're not playing the game until after the campaign. And what do I mean by that? Playing through the campaign, you don't have to go do all the other stuff. You don't have to go do all the different league mechanics. You don't have to do delve, right? Like, you don't have to go do any of these things. Those are all end game mechanics, and they're actually like in different tiers of what you consider to be the end game. Like, doing this random mechanic is part of, you just kind of do it if it comes up, but it's really not that efficient. You probably don't want to worry about it. And making a build that's good at only doing that doesn't have a great return on investment. So you instead want to be playing a build that sets you up to be able to do this level of mapping. And then in this level of mapping is where you actually get to participate in the economy. And then by participating in the economy, you actually be able to get the gear to be able to do this type of stuff efficiently. And that makes this build do this, right? These are two wildly different approaches, expectations, and perceived, not experience, but like right way to be playing the game, or actually playing the game, or actually playing the end game. Where if you watch somebody who's only doing pit tier 120s on the Necromancer, and you go, I want to be able to do that. Obviously in Diablo, the speed of which you get into the end game and then to the top tier of the end game is a much shorter window than PoE, because it's quite literally less complex. There is less to do to be able to get to those places. And then it's kind of hard gear gated. Similarly, PoE is pretty hard gear gated when you're talking about like levels of efficiency. But a lot of people, and when I say a lot of people, I do mean like more than 50% of the people, when they're playing an ARPG, especially one where you actually have to do the campaign, so like D2 and at least PoE right now, they do the campaign. They kill Diablo on hell difficulty. They might do some terror zones. They might go do some cow runs or some bale runs. And they might just get some cool gear. And then that's the end of the season for them. They'll play it for 50, 60 hours. And then that's the end of the season for them. I think like before 3 weeks in, I was at almost like 200 hours in D4 this last season. And obviously I'm now past that. In the same amount of time, this person was mostly just finishing the campaign, doing some side quests, finishing up their season's journey. I was talking with family members recently who play Diablo 4. Like, that's the game that they play. And he was telling me that like he was almost done with the campaign this season, and he was just starting on his season's journey. And then, he's got some ancestral gear, and he's just getting into Torment 2. That person had an entire season's worth of playing the game. When DM says, try not to just absorb a bunch of content about what's happening in the game, you should really just kind of play it for yourself and experience it and like get to learn it. That's beautiful. It's valid. It's completely a real thing. And by consuming content, that changes your expectation. That changes your goalpost. that changes your statement of, am I even playing the game yet? And I think that there's some wisdom here in telling people, hey, go experience it first and then do all of the consumption. I think that there's some wisdom there. I think a lot of people who are walking in and already know what to expect are going to play the game that they've been playing it the entire time. Maybe that's just following a build guide. Maybe that's following their favorite creator. Maybe that's, checking out the development and the meta, et cetera, et cetera. They don't need wisdom. Like, DM is not talking to people who know what they're going to do. DM is quite literally talking to people who don't currently have this foundational explanation. And I think one part of the conversation that you kind of hit a hitch on is when somebody who doesn't need this advice experiences being told this advice. Because they're like, well, what the F? Teo's here saying, I'm happy that I played PoE 1 completely blind until maps before ever looking at any guide. In this last league, what did I do? I went through the different characters. I went, warrior or whatever. Is that the one? Berserker? I was like, this guy looks cool. I never really play a big tanky guy. And then I looked at the ascendancies. I didn't learn a single thing about them. And I said, Chieftain looks cool. And then I just started playing. And then Garm was like, hey, Chieftain does good fire. Use fire gems. And I was like, okay. And like, that was it. I was having a fucking blast. And people kept showing up to the stream, being like, what build are you playing? Where's your POB? What build are you playing? Are you using a POB? What build are you playing? And I just kept being like, fire Chieftain. They're like, oh, what type? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care to know, and I don't need to know. Because one, like, I'm not going to stall out. Like, I'll be able to figure out the game. And I personally like to learn by doing. But there are a lot of people out there who don't. There are a lot of people out there who don't like learning. They don't like feeling like they're bad or slow or inefficient or unintelligent. They want the game. They want to be doing the best version of the game. They learn about an exploit. They do the exploit. Why? Because that's how you get the most stuff. I don't know how to play Breath of the Wild efficiently. I'm going to look up like a strat or whatever. Oh, I know I can do this to like get all my gear before I even have to go fight my first fucking Lionel. I'm going to go do that. People like playing games for different reasons. And this wisdom of, hey, go experience it while it's going to create the best experience long-term for most people is something that like a lot of people almost feel pressured. There's like a pressure. I don't know if you've been on the subreddit, but like there was a post on the D4 subreddit recently, which was, am I doing something wrong? Because they happen to be streaming, playing their build. They're, as far as I know, they're not attempting to be a streamer. They were just streaming, playing the game. And people were like, let me rush you. Let me get you into the end game. What you're doing is wrong. Let me fix it for you. Let me rush you into the end game. Let me get you gear. There's like a weird pressure in the community and from people. And it's generally trying to be helpful, but it's like, hey, you need to do it the right way. And I think it's just a lot of people on a lot of different spectrums not understanding that there are different types of people in the universe, if I'm going to be quite honest with you. I think the ARPG genre tends to attract a lot of people with interesting brain chemistry, because it allows you to be like very specific about stuff. But it's like, it's wild how much pressure there is to be playing the game right. So I think this is very important advice for people who aren't yet, like fully pilled on like what it means for them to enjoy PoE to hear.
You see so much recommendation around spreadsheets and build guides and programs, etc. And I think Path of Exile 2 is going to do a phenomenal job, in my experience, of playing the game at avoiding these same pitfalls for the newer players. So I don't think that's something you need to worry about as well, which is part of the reason I would suggest to you to maybe play the game for yourself before you actually go down the rabbit hole of try-hard min-maxing. Now, if there are a type of player that are hyper-competitive players, or they get the enjoyment from games, from progressing as quickly as possible, if you're one of these people, I absolutely understand. I played League of Legends for 10 years, and I had a roommate at the time who we would play every single day together, and he was more competitive than myself. And I won't say I'm casual, because I definitely wasn't casual in League of Legends, but my mentality was different around more having fun. But like, I also wanted to climb rank, as opposed to like climbing rank is the purpose of having fun. They were sort of different. So I can understand those concepts, and I know that this is fundamentally.
Look, me and my buddy used to do double jungle, Cho'Gath, and oh god, who's the big bull in League of Legends? Who's the big bull? Alistar. We did double jungle Alistar Cho'Gath, where we would send me off to enemy jungle. He would start at our jungle golem. And if they started red or something weird, or if the team was actually competent and came down, we would collapse, draw them in, and then we would pull in mid. We would do double jungle bully ganks, and it was the most fun I had in League of Legends. It's also not competitive at all. We also did... Oh, hold on. My grandmother is calling me, and I love my grandmother more than I love any of you, obviously. Hell yeah, my grandmother's coming home. She was sick. I had to bring her into the hospital, but she's doing well and she's coming home. She did test positive for COVID, but like, other than giving her a sore throat, it's apparently nothing to her, which is crazy, because if I didn't get the fucking vaccine, I would have been put down by COVID. I'd fucking tell you what. Okay. But yeah. Let's finish this up. I realized I've somehow turned listening to DM into a 46 long minute video. So
different nature of different people, and there's nothing wrong with that. So if you want to go down the min-max try hard strat, 07 to you. I hope you blast through the campaign and enjoy it. The other
homie, I love you so much. We can't be saying 07 in the real world, right? We can't be doing that, right? We can't say 07. We can't do that. We can't say 07. It's when people started saying Keck W out loud, where like, I'm just old. I'm a boomer. I'm just old. DM's probably 20 years old. 07 is salute. I'm just old. I wouldn't be surprised if DM's like 15 years younger than me, and I just don't know it.
A lot more people
no, he's got to be my age.
Coming into this game from outside of the Path of Exile community is obviously cross-play, cross-progression, couch co-op, and also the campaign itself is doing a much better job at actually being a campaign, as opposed to just continual boss fights.
07's in chat, boys.
There's actually a cinematic that sort of sets up what the story is actually going to be. There's continual other cutscenes in between between the acts. And even if you're not really fully paying attention, you can sort of pseudo understand what's going on just by nature of the way they present the game from the beginning, which I think is significantly more enjoyable. I also think that if you're not worried about blasting through, listening to the voice lines, etc., Path of Exile 1 did a phenomenal job at actually having fantastic voice acting, having great music. The audio in general in the game is actually very enjoyable. So I think Path of Exile 2 is going to be the type of game that you can actually play through and enjoy from a more standard video game playthrough, if you understand what I'm saying, as opposed to only a systems-based ARPG in which the only thing that matters is items, power, build, etc. I think once you've put a certain amount of hours into the game becomes that. But I think for most people that are deciding to play through the game near the beginning of the game, I absolutely can recommend to you that I don't think there's anything wrong with just playing the game through like a standard game in the beginning. So these are a couple of like the primary points of conversation that I'm actually seeing being brought up in the game in particular. I think that these are my thoughts on the matter. And to be honest, I hope that you all just have a really great time. To the people that are already part of the Path of Exile community, I implore you to welcome other people into the game. I think Path of Exile 2 is going to be the great melting pot in which all of the other genres and other people outside of the genres, etc., are going to come in. And I've very often seen the argument where it's like, hey, maybe you should play Path of Exile. It's the greatest ARPG in the genre, and you guys firmly believe that it is. I am of the same opinion, but then every now and then I was seeing the same type of people that are saying, Path of Exile is the best, ever. This is the game you should play. Why are you playing other games? And then some people come in to play Path of Exile and are overloaded with the information, etc., and then they get told, well, just go play Diablo 4. You're not smart enough for this game or something. So I would completely recommend to people that are like myself, that are enjoying Path of Exile and have some hours into it, to go back and remember what it felt like the first time you played it, and to be friendly and welcoming to the new people coming into the community. And I think that this also would extend to people like content creators. I understand there's also some arguments to be made about whether or not putting up build guides and all of this information early can be considered bait or not, but I think it's a fantastic opportunity in Path of Exile 2 to sort of have a great reset and really enjoy the community, being positive and hyped around the game that is actually going to be fantastic, and to have that community grow. If Path of Exile 2 is what I believe it will be, then I do think in this type of scenario, Path of Exile 2 is going to be the greatest ARPG in the genre and does not need to have anything be proved. I think it will prove itself, and therefore we don't need to sales pitch to other people it's the greatest and go out and kind of do all of that type of stuff. I think it will speak for itself, and you can, if you're a Path of Exile huge fan, you can rest assured in the fact that Path of Exile is essentially winning the fight by proof of good gameplay. So that would be my argument to everyone outside of the...
I think, so there's a couple things here. Love DM. I'm not sure that anybody hearing this message is going to be the people impacted by this message. But what I do like is there's a certain amount of, what do I mean by this? Hey, let's use this as a big reset. Let's not necessarily worry about being the first ones getting a build guide out immediately. Kind of concept here. Like, Ziz actually was kind of talking on this as well. I didn't agree with what Ziz said, and hopefully he didn't take that as disrespectful, because I haven't had as many opportunities to directly talk to Ziz. But I more so just want to engage in a conversation. But I think that the community is actually much more multifaceted than most people give it credit for. Yes, and I am calling out Royal Assassin in Twitch chat right now. Just saw your name. So it's my dad's favorite card by a country mile. I love that card. So I actually have my dad's revised Royal Assassin I could go pull it out from somewhere. I could show you. But the how do I touch on this? There are people who their enjoyment of the game is following the meta blasters coming up with the strongest, best builds, only caring about end game, only wanting to get to that point, only caring about participating in the economy, only caring about having a fucking million whatever orbs and stuff like that. They're not wrong for playing the game that way. There are people who want to have a small community, want to share information, want to have that kind of, you know, at home. Ooh, I found the wall chicken in Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest here, and you can use that before this fight. And that would make it easier. Oh, Dan, did you learn about the wall chicken? Did you learn about the infinite rare candy glitch in Pokemon Red and Blue? That want to have that experience, and they can. There are people who, even if they end up looking at build guides, and even if they end up watching all PoE content ever, and that doesn't really change how they go about playing the game. They just like learning about stuff. It doesn't stop them from being a casual, and they get to enjoy the game as well. But all of these ideas, all of these sentiments being repeated in a community help that community to have multiple layers and help that community to not blindly echo the exact same things. You know, we talk about it so much. And if we're all being very honest, especially coming from Diablo 4, Diablo 4 gets a lot of hate. Why? Because Diablo 4 is still iterating to be able to deliver on the promises of the game. I think that is a fair and accurate statement. I think that it is come leaps and bounds. I think that there's actually a game to play nowadays. Y'all got to remember, I was sitting here playing fucking 14 hours a day when all there was to do was Nightmare Dungeons. And that was it. And I had to be like, hey, but like, at least I like the combat. Or like, hey, at least I like what they're going for. And I'm personally going to be patient. And needing to remind people that developers are real human beings and they're not just some fucking sacrificial lambs for you to take out your angst on just because a video game wasn't as good as you needed it to be yet. But people blindly repeating not fully formed critiques doesn't actually move the game to a better place. Similarly here, if everybody is just super glazing and it's just like, PoE does nothing wrong, everything about it is the best, that doesn't help when there are things that could be better. Just like everybody saying out loud, here's how you have to play Path of Exile, you have to do it this way, doesn't help or initiate or engage people who don't play it that way. So DM here, being one of the cogs in the machine, you know, hopefully I get to be one of the cogs in the machine too. But DM here being one of the cogs in the machine, saying, hey, it's okay to be a casual and just kind of approach the game and actually enjoy playing the video game that they made before you get into the video game that we have effectively made. Basically, you know, there is a whole campaign. What does that mean? That is the crafted game experience that these developers have said, if this is all you get out of our game, we want you to have this experience. Everything else, you know, procedurally generated, you know, effectively, you know, infinitely iterative, but but without developing further, because you're doing the same things over and over and over again, and you're getting random outcomes. But at least the campaign and the systems themselves are the tailored game experience. And DM sitting here saying it is fine for you to enjoy that part of it and don't worry about it is a valuable and important thing for people to hear. Because if everybody only hears, this is the only way to play the game, this is the only way to play the game, then that's what gets echoed. And then that becomes the truth, regardless of whether or not it is true, because perception is reality when we're talking about, reception online. So do I think that he's going to somehow, convince the people who are just going to try to pump out as much content as possible to strip as many dollars out of the ad pool as quickly as possible and then just fuck off? No, of course not. Those people aren't looking to be part of the community. But I do think it's important for people who may not feel invited to sit down at the table to hear a sentiment like this. I think that is important. Somebody said DM is being naive here. DM is not being naive here. DM is effectively putting out a hand to people who aren't going to participate with those other systems, or those other facets of the community, but don't feel like they have somewhere else to hold on to. They don't feel like they have a seat. And I think it's important. I think it's a really, a very good sentiment. Great video, DM. 10 out of 10. Great stuff here. I think it is just generally helpful for people to hear these types of things. I think it is. Okay. So now, if I'm brand new to Path of Exile 2, what is the first video they have put out that I should watch? Who has opinions here? Because I'm interested in this. And then I don't care so much about like this stuff. Good stuff. I love DM. DM's a chill dude. In Path of Exile 1, you absolutely can brick your build because it's effectively too expensive for you to unbrick it. I think that is changing in Path of Exile 2 because they're introducing gold as an actual currency, and you can acquire gold and then you use gold to respec. The last showcase. The early access gameplay? The opening cinematic? Which one? We can watch this one. We can... Oh, this one? So we watched the live stream. We did already watch the live stream. I just kind of want to check out like some of the stuff to like, here's more specifics about the classes and stuff. What do we think? You know what? I'm just gonna start picking some videos and we're just gonna check them out. Oh, hello. That's a little bit loud, don't you think? All right, let's check this one out. So like right off the bat, just talking about it. So maybe I can give some context. Maybe I can give some context here. Here are my current shortcomings of Path of Exile for me personally, having tried to get into like probably like 5 or 6 different leagues and never really getting past like Act 3 in the campaign. And then this most recent league where the only thing that stopped me from continuing to play it is I had too much stuff to cover. 1, that playing on controller was bad, so I had to play on mouse and keyboard, which I hated. 2, while the game is very beautiful, things on the screen sometimes are not distinct enough. So I don't feel like I can kind of read what's happening a lot of the time. In 3, the fact that the game does absolutely nothing to like teach you what you're supposed to build towards, not what the thing's going to do, although what it's going to do as well. Like your first skill gems have like 15 lines of instruction and proper nouns on them. I think it is like unnecessarily heavy from the jump. Now, obviously you can get into it, whatever it is. So those were my hangups with the game. So I'm excited to see what they've done to alleviate some of those hangups. So obviously the game is beautiful.
When we started working on Path of Exile 2 on console, we knew we had to do a much better job than we've done in the past. And Path of Exile 2 is a great game to do that with, because the combat is so much more visceral and action-oriented. As soon as we tried it on a controller, all of those extra features that we did to make melee combat feel so much better just really came out and felt great. We've got a dedicated team for console now, and they were able to create a new user interface just for controller, and we're really excited to show it to you
Excited
guys.
for that.
It's twin stick, so basically left stick is your movement, as you'd expect, and right stick is the directional control for your character, so it allows you to do things like run backwards and stuff like that. It also overrides the auto-targeting, so it allows you to actually manually target enemies that are surrounding you, giving you much greater control.
Okay.
It works in combination with the keybinds. So we've got 24 keybinds that we have for the game, which sounds a bit daunting, but the way we kind of manage that is each skill that you gain is basically given a default bind, and then you can choose to override that if you want, if it's completely in the player's hands to choose where they want to bind the actual skills. You have a lot of freedom with regards to your design of your build, because that is the nature of the game, is like we need to allow that flexibility for players to create whatever they want to play.
So I have some immediate misgivings, and this I'm not doing this to like tear them apart, but I'm thinking about the controller experience. So if we're looking at keybinds right now, I don't think I'm in the way of any of them. So obviously you have your regular ones, which are the triggers and the shoulders. That makes sense. They said it's twin stick. Twin stick means you have to have two of your thumbs participating to get the accuracy that you can get on mouse and keyboard. Although on mouse and keyboard you would have to have WASD movement to accomplish that as well. But because you can kind of inherently run in a direction and then as you're running click in another direction to do something, you will you get to enjoy a level of accuracy that controller doesn't necessarily get to enjoy. The issue with twin stick is that, you know, if my keybinds are my triggers and my shoulders, if I'm directing where I want to shoot with my right thumbstick, and then I'm using that same thumb for X, square, triangle, and circle, I can't do those two things simultaneously. Twin stick isn't inherently bad, but I think that twin stick only works really nowadays because we've also added paddles. Twin stick shooters work because you typically only have to do, you know, your shoulders and your triggers, and then the things that you do with the rest of the buttons aren't stuff that you do in combat. So, you know, the reload button, I don't need to point in a direction to reload. I don't need to activate a special ability. I don't need to like open up a door. Twin stick works with two different things. Either, so like Albert just said, claw. This is claw. Maybe I can show. Maybe I can show the issue here, right? So here's my twin stick. I'm running, you know, this direction, but I want to shoot in this direction. That's the benefit of twin stick. You can do this. Instead of where I'm pointing is where I will shoot, which is how this works here typically. Because it's twin stick, that means that my primary combat skills and my primary things that you're going to use are shoulder and triggers. So by playing like this, that's perfectly fine. But as you can see, there are 8 other skills that are bound. 4 of them on the left are bound to your D-pad. So now I can point in a direction and use a D-pad button, but I can't run and use a D-pad button. So D-pad button has to be things that I normally wouldn't do in combat. These could be like my buffs. These could be activating auras or like passive skills, or, you know, I'm walking into a boss fight, so I activate blood rage and fire, whatever. You can never have like mid-combat activation abilities on your D-pad if your twin stick and left stick is how you run. You could probably remap it. This is how I can run, and these could be skills that I could use mid-combat, but don't need to like aim where they go. So maybe you swap your aiming stick over to here, and now you can run like this. But what that does is that takes away these buttons, the face buttons, you know, X, square, triangle, and circle, from being options. So now it's, do I want to be able to run and use my D-pad? Is that better for me? Or do I want to be able to run and use these face buttons? Again, not without being able to aim them. That's where your paddles come in. Paddles can be rebound to anything. But now that means that the player needs to be putting the primary things that they need to use on their triggers, secondary things that they want to use on my paddles, and then basically ignore the D-pad for anything important or the face buttons for anything important. Or what somebody else said, you can play, so there's actually a couple different ways to play like this. You could play with a claw grip. So a claw grip is where you put these fingers up here, and typically you use them to engage face buttons. Use these to engage face buttons. Claw grip works pretty good in games where your trigger and your shoulders are things that you can be able to like engage with that you don't need to all the time, and then you have to press these face buttons. Claw grip works really well in things like Super Smash Brothers Melee as like an example of it, because your other triggers can do what these triggers do. That's your grab and your shield. So that's why claw grip can work like this. And then you can leave your thumb on the C stick for doing C stick attacks, and then hit the, you know, the X, Y, A, and B button here. So I'm not saying that twin stick is inherently bad. I am saying that twin stick, I think, kind of will only work in PoE where you do want to be able to press more than, you know, Diablo 4 has 6 skills. Mapping out 6 skills to these buttons is very easy, and you can reach all of them at the same time because you can't aim. But what it also means is you can't aim without running in a direction. So you will have to use paddles. So that comes along with some accessibility issues. That comes along with a dexterity issue, and that comes along with a hardware issue. If your hardware doesn't have paddles, I think you're going to be a little bit screwed. Yo, what up, Frosty? How we doing? So it's just, it's an interesting approach. I don't think that's inherently wrong. I assume that they'll still have some type of auto targeting where it will just generally target in the direction of the closest thing unless you override it actively, which can be a little bit disorienting, but like, you know, obviously I haven't played it yet. But it's very, very interesting to me that they're like, we're starting off with twin stick, and that allows you like great freedom. And I'm like, it actually comes along with a huge accessibility issue, quite honestly, and a tech issue. Like, my favorite controller is the original Xbox 360 controller, and that just doesn't have paddle functionality, but it's super lightweight, and the controller works really, really well. This one is heavier. It has to be able to support and provide functionality that it didn't normally. Did anybody send Frosty a clip of Frog? Yes. But then we need paddles. Yeah, you need, you know 360 peripherals here. Again, not saying that's a bad thing. Not saying that's a bad thing. I'm pointing out that it is not necessarily it's not inherently a good thing.
Inventory management for console, we've basically redesigned the whole menu system specifically for console. It's full screen. It provides you with a preview of your character, so you can actually see the full model of the character close up. But functionally, we still hold fidelity with the actual PC game. So inventory management is like you can pick up an item, move it around, and place it and equip it as usual. But we also provide shortcuts.
So
like there's a
so there is
fast way to equip.
There's equip, discard, pickup. So quick equip, pickup to be able to move it in case you want to. Discard. I think I'm still going to do all of my inventory management through mouse and keyboard. That's typically how I play these games. But obviously on console, that's not an option. So I'm interested to see how fluid this is.
Inventory.
So when we're thinking about what would be a great reason to play Path of Exile on a couch, one of the things that we knew a lot of people would really enjoy was playing with their friends in co-op. This is actually a feature that a lot of games just don't bother with anymore, but it's something that I really love personally.
Are there a lot of ARPGs that don't do couch co-op? Is that like a true statement? Is there like, there are games that were, I guess like Torchlight Infinite doesn't have couch co-op, but that was developed for mobile and released on PC through a port. I'm trying to think of, other than strictly single player experiences, what games don't have couch co-op? Especially in the ARPG space. I'm not trying to call them on bullshit. I'm trying to think of what games does that work for. Yes, you can couch co-op multiple accounts on Diablo 4.
You can play through the whole game from beginning to end together, enjoying the story along the way. And one of the great things is that in Path of Exile 2, we have a lot more synergy between our classes. So if you're playing something different from your friend, you'll probably find a lot of ways to work together.
So the addition of couch co-op was initially a bit of an experiment at first, and then we started to expand on it. We introduced like separate HUDs for each of the characters.
Check which doctor I will.
And then once we got the camera system working with 2 characters, it really started to kind of come together and play really nicely. So
thank you for the follows, by the way. You're a poor and Pastor Cheeto.
Couch co-op players with
Cheeto
panel
Miguel.
versions of the full
Marcel.
screen menus that I've spoken about, which allowed us to have like simultaneous play with regards to.
This was the question I was going to have.
And adjusting your passive skill tree and stuff like that.
Hold on, let me go back.
I really started to kind of come together and play really nicely.
Can you keep playing if the other person has opened a menu?
So then we expanded on that by providing couch co-op players with panel versions of the full screen menus that I've spoken about, which allowed us to have like simultaneous play with regards to inventory management and adjusting your passive skill tree and stuff like that.
Yep, this is PoE too.
An evolution of the original sort of single player game that actually turned into something pretty special. So logging in with couch co-op is pretty straightforward. Like you log in as normal with single player, and then you can choose to log in second player as a guest on that account. Or if you've got a friend who's a fan of the game as well, who also has an account, they can log in as a second player and have access to all of their content as well. So we've basically made it as flexible as possible to play any way you want to play.
That's good. I think you have to. Like I don't think that there's really an alternative.
And it's available on console and on PC as well, so it's on all available platforms. I'd say it's like integral to the main game now.
With Path of Exile 2, we're trying to introduce the game to a much larger audience, and that means that it's really important to make sure that all our mechanics are understandable. Path of Exile's kind of got a reputation as a game of complexity, and this is something we want to make sure that we're improving while also maintaining all the depth that we have. So we're making sure in PoE 2 that we've got a lot more systems around giving you more information. Our item system, for example, it's certainly an area that had some complexity to it. Well, in PoE 2, we wanted to make sure there just weren't any hidden mechanics anymore, and so we've added a help system built into every hover. You get the press of a button, you can get help about what any stat does, and we found that that's really useful to the play experience.
That's very good.
Exile 2 has full cross-play and cross-progression.
That's very good.
Cross-progression basically allows you to play your game on your PC, and then if you want to move to the couch and continue play, then you can. You could just switch on your PlayStation and continue playing. It makes sense for us to release this on PC and consoles at the same time. The models we're supporting are PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series models.
People around their office have had a huge amount of fun on the console version of PoE 2, especially with the couch co-op.
That's actually a huge leg up. That's actually a huge leg up that PoE has, which is kind of interesting, because right now Diablo 4 is also made to run on older generation consoles, because basically a lot of these consoles, most of the players haven't actually converted up to the new generation yet. Consoles are in such a weird place where like basically nobody could get their hands on the consoles, and now they're like pretty like restrictively expensive because it's such a hard investment when you could just buy a computer that can do basically the same thing kind of for the same amount of money. But what's very, very interesting is because the games have to be available on these older generation consoles, that quite literally stops them from being able to do as much as they may want to, while simultaneously giving a huge amount of catalyst for optimizing. if you've, and this is going to sound funny, the Diablo 4 game that you're playing right now is insanely more optimized than it was when it first released. And that was one of the roadblocks to them actually being able to put enough monsters on the screen for it to feel interesting. If PoE 2 is literally saying we are only going to be on next gen and PC, they don't have those same types of restrictions, but they also have less of that impetus. The common denominator, the weakest hardware that can run your game has to be the thing that's optimized to, so that those people are not being cheated or scammed. This is not, I'm not attempting to say that I think that GGG is going to be lax or lazy in their development, but there are two different types of stressors and they allow for two different types of things. But it is a huge leg up that they are only releasing onto next gen while alienating some of the player base. You will get a prettier game because of it. And we do have to hit a point in this cycle of console generations where eventually older consoles have to not be supported. And it's just not until this day and age where we actually got that reality where older consoles were still being supported. It's very interesting. It's a part of the game. It's a part of like the landscape of video games right now that we've always kind of taken for granted. And it wasn't until this generation where people just didn't convert to the new consoles and game makers were like, well, we still need to be able to sell to our market. Like we still have to be able to engage people in the market, and the people in the market are saying, keep releasing on PS4, keep releasing on the old Xbox. Very interesting.
We'll be having a beta on console simultaneously with PC at the end of the year. I'm really excited to see what you guys think.
Beta on console?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to converting everyone to use a controller when they're playing Path of Exile 2.
Look, we're old. We're getting old. The carpal tunnel's kicking in. We're getting old. It's just a reality. We have to accept that. I do like that they're focusing on it. The fact that they're like, hey, let's put out a whole thing about focusing on it only gives me a little bit of hesitation because I'm not sure that the coach co-op will be as seamless as you may want it to be. I think one of the major issues that I used to have with playing Slooters, like we used to play, oh god, what was it? Heroes of Norath? The EverQuest ARPG back in the day, or Champions of Norath? Was that what it was called? Hold on, let me look this up. Champions of Norath? Was that it? Realms of EverQuest is a 2004 ARPG on PlayStation 2. Okay, so obviously this isn't a fair comparison by any means, but so this is Champions of Norath. This is Champions of Norath. And the thing that I wanted to bring up is incredibly fun isometric, Slooter, dungeon delving Slooter. Very, very fun, actually. I was a huge EverQuest. I'm still a huge EverQuest fan. Like, I still play original EverQuest on P99. But I was a really, really big fan. The issue was that the moment that this person opened up the inventory, everybody's inventory opened because they just didn't have the technology back then. And every single time that you picked up an item, everybody had to open up their inventory and see if it was an upgrade. PoE drops a lot of loot. People might want to check out that loot. And if me opening up my inventory stops you from being able to continue to explore, you might as well just open up both of our inventories at that point. So I am interested to see what couch co-op looks like from that perspective. Not that I'm going to play it on console, but I hope that they have built in that consideration, basically. So, please. Now, did you all say sow or so? Because we said so. Even though it is sow. But we said so. You said so? I think a lot of people said so for some reason. So obviously we're going to check out the Witch. A lot of people have been asking me to check out the Witch. A lot of people want me to check out the Witch. Why? Because I'm the Necromancer main, right? Low-key flex. I am the Necromancer guy. And I'm excited to see it. I will let you know, my brain, having everybody tell me you're going to play the Witch, you have to tell me about the Witch, you have to play it and compare it to Diablo 4, is making me really not want to play the Witch, because I kind of don't want to engage with that. Because my primary concern in playing PoE 2 is to experience playing PoE 2 and to broaden my appreciation and my understanding of just the genre in general, what everybody is offering, and be able to continue to develop, you know, as like a figure in the space who can give you informed information. And I'm not super looking forward to everybody being like, don't you love this more than Diablo 4? Doesn't this make you not want to? Like, I'm not really interested in engaging with that. There's nothing I can do to stop it. But yes, I am going to play the Witch. Is it going to be my first character? I'm not too sure. But I am going to play the Witch. I'm excited to see what they're doing with it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. But that's kind of like my foreword, is I'm excited to play a class in an ARPG. Obviously, it's going to inform my opinion about similar thematic classes across the genre. But I really, I'm like pre-tired of the PoE is going to kill Diablo 4, and it has to be one or the other. People act like their Steam page, like people act like their Steam page doesn't look like mine, where you have 300 games you've only played an hour of each. There's a million games out there. But the funny part about it is, I'm not really like a minions person. I like minions. I think they are cool. I think they're cool in archetype. But I'm like, that's not what I like about the Necromancer at all, honestly.
I'm certainly not supposed to be here. How exciting.
Big man, big man. That was very cool.
Hi, I'm
Very
Jonathan
pretty.
Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Hey,
And
Jonathan.
I'm here today to talk about the Witch. Most classes have access to some kind of minion, but if you want to control an army, the Witch is probably the class you want to pick. In PoE 2, most minions don't require summoning manually. This scepter gives me a couple of free warriors, but it's also going to give me another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on whatever.
So already, hold on real quick. Scepter. Okay, so this isn't a weapon. This is specifically an offhand. Okay.
Couple of free warriors, but it's also going to give me another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on whatever minions you want. You can see the Spirit bar above the mana here. On the skill screen, you can pick the composition of your army.
This little thing?
This is a level 2 area, so I can only afford one other minion. I'll pick a sniper for now.
You can stay in
Called a skeletal sniper?
When minions die, they'll be revived automatically so long as no other minion has died recently. So before your next battle, all your minions will come back to life.
So right off the bat, I think this is one of like the biggest things that people are kind of being sold on. This idea of they automatically resummon your minions, like they automatically resummon your minions. Now I don't have to worry about that. I do like that. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing that I don't see people saying enough is, if your other minions haven't died, if you are in content where your minions could die at all, I think you're going to be actively resummoning your minions all of the time. And I don't think people are really honing in on that. But what it basically means is that moving between combat scenarios, you could stop and wait for your minions to respawn, which also, for me, says then you might as well be resummoning them yourself. Because why would you kind of sit around and waste time? So this is being sold as a thing. I do like it. I think it's pretty cool. I'm confused how what it functionally will do has been translated into I never have to worry about summoning my minions ever. So in the end game where your minions aren't dying or whatever, sure, you're never going to have to, but that's because they weren't dying in the first place. So I'm a little bit confused about functionally what this is supposed to offer people, other than like the like the lazy gamer dev, which is perfectly fine. But I think that's the only place where this is like really a benefit. In that you don't necessarily have to like find corpses to do it, which hopefully they touch on it here.
You can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Tell them to move to a specific location, attack a specific enemy, or even open a chest or door for you.
So obviously that is like insanely huge, being able to direct minions. This is at least once a season, you know, I tell the D4 devs, hey, you need to let us target stuff. You just have to. You know, in my first interview with Adam Jackson, the joke I immediately made was, how much do I have to harass you until we get that? I think that this is required in ARPGs. It is just straight up required. And it is a little bit antithetical to the first sell point, or first sale point, where it's like, you don't have to do anything. They'll just do it for you. But I do think that both types of gamers can enjoy it, where I'm going to tell them where to go and go do stuff. You can just let them run around and do whatever, and we both get to be happy. But this needs to be the standard across the genre, no question.
We also have temporary minions. This spell is called Unearth. If it kills a monster, or if it hits the corpse of a monster, it creates these bone constructs.
Revives.
They take many hits and have a limited lifetime, but you can build up a real army with these.
Yeah, is there a limit? Looks like the only limit is duration there.
While my minions are attacking, I'm going to use some debuffs on the monsters too. The first one I'm going to use here is Contagion. If a monster dies with Contagion, it spreads to nearby enemies. Each time it spreads, the damage increases, so it's a good idea to try and keep the infection going.
Yeah, so that's like pretty typical Warlock stuff, you know, pretty typical Necromancer stuff. I do like that as well. I like anything that rewards you for making tactical decisions. And this idea of it will continue to spread and gain damage is obviously like very good. And the idea of you being like the buff debuff bot behind your minions, I think is what a lot of people are looking to experience with that archetype.
If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well. Each time they hit an enemy, they'll continue infecting them. It's nice to have an army of infected scorpions on your side. I also have another chaos debuff called Essence Drain. This one does even more single target degen. If the monster is infected with Contagion at the same time, then the Essence Drain will spread as well. This can turn into a real plague of destruction.
I like that a lot. Two different skills saying if one, then the other also. I actually think that's a very cool concept. Yeah, like stacking on a lot of different effects. The revives are pretty cool. I'm wondering how many revives you can realistically have, since it's a duration-based thing. My current understanding of PoE 1, the end game of PoE 1, like hardcore mapping, the combat is just like so fast and insane. I'm wondering how your minions stack up to that, where you're just like a blur through rooms and everything's just exploding. Do your minions teleport with you? Do they automatically snap to you? I think that's one of the issues that a lot of ARPGs run into, is how do I make my minions actually good enough where it can compete with that type of stuff and be comparable? Or are you always relegated to a slightly slower gameplay experience because there are physical limitations?
Another minion type I can summon are zombies, but they require a corpse.
These will do nicely.
They don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers. Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time.
Oh, and how's that going to work with controller? So can we see how that happened?
Some damage over. Also have command skills. I can
What
order
does he
my
click?
sniper to deploy a.
Wait, what does he click here?
Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time.
So the minions are a skill on your skill bar. Okay, so the minions are a skill on your skill bar. They have activatables per minion type. Then you also have a minions go here. I wonder how that'll work on controller. PoE will be slower than PoE 1. I just don't believe that, if I'm going to be honest with you. Every time an ARPG, in my experience, has said we're going to be slow and methodical, it just isn't. Or it's like the exact opposite, where like it refuses to be fast. But I don't... even if they want it to be slower to start with, people want the game to go fast in ARPGs. The ultimate end game fun point of ARPGs is to be efficiently fast and to like just mow through monsters. So even if they want it to be slow, I think it will inevitably get fast. There's a reason why it got fast in PoE 1. But it might be slower to start in PoE 2. But I wonder how this works with controller as well, because that's going to have to be another keybind. Probably pushing in thumbsticks, I would assume. But you see these like
summon a skeletal arsonist. They can throw
an
more fire
arsonist.
grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life. When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly...
That looks like something that'll be really good with the revives, who are meant to be like little Zerg damage outputs that are meant to die very quickly. So by like going like heavy into like a pack of revives and just kind of walking them all in and exploding them, that seems fairly cool. I do like that. It's like, oh, the arsonist, I'm doing basically the corpse explosion build for all intents and purposes, right? That's basically what corpse explosion's purpose is.
really nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone.
The Carrion Crone. Very pretty. Very pretty game.
That's how
I think PoE has always like really excelled at the bosses being very beautiful and interesting to engage with. Even like the super uniques, I don't know what they're called in this game, but like super uniques are always kind of like, you know, who's the first guy that you fight? The Hillock guy. What's his name? What's the first guy on the beach? Even him. And then there's like the burning chick in like the first map after that, who just kind of like pops up and explodes on you. Very memorable, unique monsters. I think they've always kind of succeeded at. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying
how many
this.
minions
I like
you can
this
get
concept.
At level 2. But let's see what minion gameplay looks like at a higher level. This
let's
is
see
a
it.
level 30 area. I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from, like brutes for stunning or ice mages for freezing, and most of them come with their own special abilities or command skills.
And each
For
skill
now, I'd like a couple of storm
gem.
mages to shock enemies, a cleric to heal and revive my minions, and a bunch of reavers as well. Reavers do
Reavers.
high damage, and you can also enrage them before battle.
Okay, cool.
This slowly kills them, but my cleric should be able to keep them alive. While my minions are attacking, I can use channeled skills like...
So, and God, yeah, I feel like if I ever critique anything, I'm gonna have people in the comments just like, "How dare you? PoE is hallowed." So, this right here is what I mean by I don't quite. There's too much happening. That's all variously color coded and different. It's meant to indicate stuff. I'm like, these guys are doing this, so this is their attack, and these ones I believe are currently being healed by the priest, which is what I think the green means, and these ones are currently enraged, so that's why the red is going to have the stuff on it. It's great. It's awesome. It needs to have an indicator so you know that something's happening, but I think it bleeds together a lot, and it's just kind of like, it's happening out there. It's happening. I'll believe it's occurring because there's no way for me to like in a moment's notice like immediately know, because especially if I'm going to be looking at like 10 plus different minions all having different stuff on it, blah 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 blah, is one of the things that I don't like so much about the game.
like Bone Storm, which creates a devastating volley of sharp spikes. The Storm Mage has a useful ability if lots of your minions die. He can summon a lightning storm to strike the location of every dead skeleton in your army. Just like that. We also have a type of skill called offerings. These let you impale one of your skeletons on a big spike of bone in order to buff all of your other minions. The one I've just used here is called Pain Offering. It makes all of my other minions faster and deal more damage. After the battle, we have some extra corpses. We don't want those to go to waste. Profane Ritual consumes a corpse to create a power charge, which can power up some of my other spells. If I use them to summon zombies, I can create super zombies, which are more powerful. You also don't need a corpse to summon them.
Okay. All right. I believe you.
I can also use power charges to channel Bone Storm. If I do that, it adds a devastating AoE.
Okay, that's just like a general augmentation thing. Doesn't really have anything to do with the minions. That's just a witch function.
In PoE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradin Impaler. There's a wide variety of abilities and is pretty tough to defeat. But maybe I can put the body to a better use. This is a Bind Spectre gem. Using it, I can take the body of any enemy and capture its spirit so that I can keep it as a minion. Any monster can be captured, but the spirit cost depends on how powerful the monster is. It takes a lot of spirit for such a powerful enemy, so I'll have to unsummon a lot of my other minions, but it certainly seems like it might be worth it.
Give me your essence.
If the Spectre dies, just like any other minion, it will respawn after a short time.
Hey, okay, that is the coolest. Hey, that one, it being a, this is now a minion type that you have, that's actually the coolest shit. That's actually very, very, very good. They're like, oh, you have a revive. And I'm like, okay, you're going to give me another type of revive. That's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that there's like another revive type. That's very good. My question is does this save between, do they explain if this saves between like save and exit? Like that gem is coded with this monster, or is it per session? Because my first thought would be that it's per session, meaning that, you know, oh, let me go to this map to go get this elite type just so I can go do this other stuff, is another one of the things that tends to slow down minion gameplay. Hence why minions tend to be significantly less efficient in like really end game, like, you know, end game comparison points. But if you store this monster forever in the gem until I store something else, that's cool as all hell. If it's captured forever, mwah. If it's captured forever, mwah. If I'm playing Pokemon, PoE, you have just gotten a witch player fanatic. If I'm playing PoE Pokemon. If that's how that works, bah, I am Pokemon. Call me Ash fucking Ketchum. I'm gonna be the PoE League champion. What is the price of this game? It is free to play. That's amazing. If that's how it works, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm loving it.
So, I think it's time to fight the boss of this area.
Me too.
Gull the Defiler.
You are relentless, and that makes you predictable. The end of Marraketh's tyranny is nearly at hand.
Hey, I see why we're fighting this boss. It's very thematic. Oh, buddy, you need to dodge that. Yeah, so like, okay, so I wanted to look at that really quickly. So minions are dying to all these effects. Oh, you know what? Okay, so hold on real quick. So I think all of his minions are dead at this point, or like the vast majority are. Does he have a minion out at all? He has one, it looks like. I think. And then if everything has died, that means nothing has died recently, so they all respawn. I think this is a cooldown for them respawning. Yeah, that's a cooldown for them respawning. So it's a 4-second cooldown. You have an indicator for the cooldown. That's very good. And then because all of them were dead, none of them had died in the last 4 seconds, so they respawn. That's a pretty good implementation of that.
Wither away.
Very cool.
None will stand in my way.
That was a pretty impressive showcase. I did like a lot of different things that I saw there. I'm also glad that we got the answer to what does the regeneration look like? Like, what does the respawn look like? I'm trying to think of things that, like, obviously we didn't see the vast majority of the class and all of that. Some of the limiting questions become, how much spirit can you get up to? How much can you realistically have on the screen? And how involved is it realistically, as opposed to like, oh, like you can use these types of skills and you can impale them and you can do this specter thing and you can do this and you can do this. The question is like, how many of those can I actually do, right? So if these are my different types of skeletons. Let's say I have 3 different types of summons. They actually have 4 different types of summons up here. So let's say you have 4 different types of summons. That's 4 different skills that all have activatables, but that's 4 skills on your bar. Then you want to be able to have you can curse them, and you want to be able to have you can put the contagion on them, and you want to be able to use those 2 things together. So does that leave space open for you to use the Spectre? Does it leave space open for you to be able to do the cool bone shard to give them all a rallying cry type thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You do have 8 skills in total, which obviously opens up a bit more of like what you should be able to expect to do. If I'm not mistaken, this is an old build, right? Because they made it so that you have 1 healing and 1 mana potion, right? For elixirs. There are sub bars. Oh, okay. You'll be able to like hold in a button. This video is old because this is different because you only have one of each potion type now. Yeah. Yeah. So at least some of this is like a little bit older. Not that I think that like pokes some hole in something. It's just interesting to point out. I'm interested to see how much of everything you'll be able to realistically do, or if you're really going to have to like really zoom in on, okay, I'm going to run these 2 minion types, this one support thing, and then these 2 damage skills or something like that. Paulor, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I know. I love the removal of potion piano. I think that having different elixirs do different things was a very cool concept. I personally didn't like doing it because while you're like very in tune with the build, if you've played it in the end game already, every single time I would get a new flask, it's like, okay, this flask is now my 3, and that one's the one that gets rid of chill, and this is my flask that gets rid of curse, and this is my flask that gets rid of burn and poison. And what would end up happening is if I took any effect at all, I just clicked all my flasks. And, you know, that's like, oh, you'll get good, whatever, sure. But I'm glad they got rid of the flask management system. This is very cool. I'm very interested to see this in more detail. I think the Pokemon Catch It All is absolutely like the biggest selling factor for me. General minion gameplay is whatever. It's like, these are the warriors and these ones are the wizards. Sure. Whatever. I get it. It's cool. I'm glad that people can enjoy it themselves, but being able to do interesting things with minions is something that kind of turns my gears. So very cool about that. I do want to check out the witch. This is just one of the styles of the witch, right? Like there are different ascendancies. So I assume this is like the Necromancer ascendancy, or am I completely off the base with that? Okay, this is base witch with these skill gems. Two are in early access, and the third will be added later. Valor Mage did a video on it a few days ago. Okay, let me try to find that. A witch PoE 2. Do you have the link? Maybe I could just search his videos. Witch. Oh no, it's going to be a bunch of build guides too. Yeah, I can't find it right now. That's fine. That's fine. So are they just not going to do a minion based ascendancy at all so that they don't want it to be confusing? Or is it we just don't know the ascendancies that are existent? No necro ascendancy yet. Okay. Extra stash tabs, are they a one-time purchase and carry over to each league? So my understanding, Truck, is that you unlock them for your account. Guys, you don't have to buy stash tabs every league, right? You just buy them for your account. Yeah, so it's for your account. Okay, so that was pretty good. I liked that. I liked what I saw there. Here we go. So that was our first look at the witch. I liked it. I liked the Pokemon minion part of it. I was not super impressed with the rest of the skills. I like the stack stuff on top of each other. Now they continue to proliferate, but I didn't see nearly enough to be like, yes, this is the class for me. Absolutely. Everything this is offering is what I'm looking for. And I hope that there is basically a no minion witch as well, is what I would say. Arnaker, thank you very much for the follow. Red Sengor, thank you for the follow as well. Inselgon, Vabo, By Boost, Monster Arcos, thank you for the follows. Will your tabs from PoE 1 carry over? Ooh, I do not know about that. Are tabs carrying over from PoE 1? I doubt it. Oh, they are? Shit. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Bot tabs carry over to PoE 1 or PoE 2. That's very cool. They would. I mean, I think that's kind of the only decision they could have made, honestly. Like, imagine if they said no, now that I think about it. Like, that would, you all would riot. What else do they have here for videos that I can watch that isn't the most recent live stream? Except for PlayStation? Hold on. I don't want to. Will PoE stash tabs carry over on PlayStation? Unfortunately, any purchases made on PlayStation platforms cannot be used on other platforms, and purchases made on other platforms cannot be used on PlayStation platforms. Note these purchases can still be on the same sub account. Microtransactions will be marked as unavailable when viewing them in your stash. Does this mean you'll have to rebuy every stash tab I already bought on PC for PS5 as well? Yes. What? That's fucking heinous. That's not something, you know, GGG can really do something about. PlayStation, man, you suck the moon out of this guy. That's lame. Kat, thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back on in. That is insanely bad. Sony has really been like just saying out loud, fuck the players. Like in a lot of places. They basically ruined Helldivers 2. They're doing this shit. Wow, that sucks. Holy hell, that's bad. Also, I should probably join this. Holy. Yeah, you know, for what it's worth, you know, you could be like Blizzard bad. Sony is out loud saying we are bad, hate us. That's insane. That is bananas. How are the skins I bought on Diablo usable on both, but not stash tabs on here? Insane. That sucks. To be fair, stash tabs are cheap and go on sale often. I don't know that that's a fair statement. I think that could be fair for a personal statement. I think we should all be mad at Sony for having the audacity to do this. Like, I don't think them going on sale and somebody having to buy functionality in a game they've already bought is a to be fair statement. Do you know the exact time of the PTR? It typically starts, but PTR typically starts around 1 p.m. EST. That's lame. Man, fuck Sony. Is there anywhere I can go right now to go look up the classes that have been revealed and like skill gems and ascendant stuff? Yeah, to be fair, fuck Sony. PoE to DB. Dude, this is insane. Like, PTR starting tomorrow, and then this is fucking wild. 12 character classes. What does this check mark mean? That like we actually have stuff, or what does the check mark mean? Confirmed, or? Checkmark means it'll be available in early access. Okay. So we have Warrior, Sork, Witch, Ranger. Devlin, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, let me put on some tunes. Oh. We're not, we can hang out like this. Let me turn that down. Okay. If I'm not watching a video, I don't have to have my fucking headset on and crushing my giant, my head is so, hey, if you've ever looked, my noggin is so much bigger than the rest of my fucking body. It's really rough. Okay, let's take a look. Confirmed no Scion. Scion was like the weird, it could choose to start anywhere, so you can like make hybrid class kind of thing. Oh, right, scaling for weapons. Okay. Strength Dex, strength. Flails are int? Oh, because they're like kind of like holy things? Sure. Show the gamer hair dent. I don't really wear my headset a lot, honestly. Yeah, you got a little bit of one. I don't normally wear a headset. Gamer Advantage, so these ones are obviously like very slightly out, but first off, also just to plug Gamer Advantage again, shouts to Gamer Advantage. These are the, these are the arms of the glasses for these new frames. These ones are hyper flexible, but I've had really good luck with all of their frames, even the rigid ones. Shouts to Gamer Advantage. Oh, you know what? Let's do the Gamer Advantage giveaway on Twitch. Let's do the giveaway. We'll give it like a couple minutes, exclamation point, raffle. I'm giving away a $50 gift card to Gamer Advantage that they gave to me so that people can get even more discounts on the sale going on right now. So if you're in the raffle, exclamation point raffle, we'll do that. I'll give it like a few more minutes now that I've reminded people. This is for a $50 gift card for Gamer Advantage for the glasses I'm currently wearing. So get in, and then we'll do the one on YouTube as well. Shoutouts to Gamer Advantage. Appreciate y'all. Int, wands and staves. Yeah. Oh, when these ones showed up, I was insanely impressed with them. Like, look at this. Look at that. Look at this. I don't know how far they bend. I just know I haven't broken them yet, and I like to fiddle with stuff. These are like the lightest frames ever. Now, that being said, I've only been wearing, you know, frames for like 2 years. But these are effectively weightless. Okay, I get this general concept. Not that this was super important for me to know. What would I be interested in playing? I'd be interested... probably Warrior. Probably Sork. Probably Witch. Maybe Ranger. Mercenary, not so much. Monk, not so much. Those ones aren't really. Aren't they wiggling on the head or something like that? Like here? No. I mean, once they're there, they're just there. Like, I could do this. But what it basically means is, like, when they get pushed into stuff or whatever, they're a lot more malleable. So they don't, like, dig into your head as much. But they don't... They're not like, woo, and, you know, fucking vibrating. Should I expect that if I played a class before, a lot of the skills are the same? Okay. Also, I need like a snack or something. My blood sugar is dipping. Let's do the giveaway so we're not interrupted later, and then we'll read through the witch. Okay. I've not played Balatro. All right, so let's do the giveaway on Twitch. Gross. All right. If you haven't done it already, exclamation point raffle. Give you 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close entries. All right. Good luck to you all. May the odds be forever in your favor. Drum roll, please. And the winner of the Twitch $50 giveaway for Gamer Advantage is Royal Assassin. Royal Assassin, you still here? Congratulations to Royal Assassin. Got called out in chat earlier. You're here? Hey, let's go. All right, I'm going to whisper you on Twitch. So obviously, today would be the best day to get something in because Gamer Advantage has like an insane sale for Cyber Monday going on. But like these are good for a year. You also have time to sit if you don't want to rush or anything like that. Just remember that code macro at checkout will also work. So there it is. I whispered you on Twitch. Obviously don't share that with anybody unless you want them to use it. Be $50 off your purchase, macro at checkout, and all of that is on top of the sales that are already going on. If you're looking for the specs that I'm currently using, these are the Horizon 2.0 in crystal with Resmi Sleep. Hey look, that's basically me right there. Generic white guy with longer on top and shorter on the side. Short beard. Content creator. There you go. You have similar eyebrows too. Is that me? Is that me in a different world? But there you go. And then we'll do the giveaway on YouTube after we do this little dive on the witch. We'll do the giveaway on YouTube. Thank you very much to Gamer Advantage. Appreciate you. Shout out to Gamer Advantage. Hashtag ad. Hashtag FDC. Okay. Okay. So let's take a look at this. I'll ask questions as we go. I just kind of want to like go through the skills, get an idea. Contagion. Affect a single enemy with a debuff that deals chaos damage over time. If the enemy dies while affected by contagion, it and all other chaos damage over time debuffs spread to nearby enemies and refresh their durations. Reanimating or detonating a corpse affected by contagion will cause the minion or explosion to spread contagion. So the corpse will continue to be affected by contagion for its duration. to the point where you could resurrect the corpse. So you kill something, use that little bone attack to actually res it as a revive. It continues to have contagion on it. And then your minion will carry the contagion and spread it. Interesting. Deal base chaos per second. Spell damage modifiers also apply to debuff damage over time. Okay. Increasing damage by 100% for each debuff transmitted up to a maximum of 300. So, very specifically, if the contagion is transmitted through the corpse, through your minion, or just through them dying and then it exploding, you will increase the current damage of the effects up to 3 different debuffs on it. And debuffs last for 5 seconds. Infection spread is 1.7 meters. So basically there's like a very small ramp period in the middle. That feels like this won't necessarily have great single target. Like you'll walk into the fight, the contagions will spread, get their biggest buff at for like the first 5 seconds, then you'll refresh it. Unless refreshing the skill on the target will maintain its current damage bonus. That's something. Is that how it currently works in PoE? Where let's say my contagion has spread to a boss. It's at 300% bonus. If I recast contagion on it, does it replace it or does it maintain that damage buff? Or is the damage buff kind of a completely separate function? Does anybody know? And these are the types of things when I was asking people on Twitter and Blue Sky where I was like, who tests this stuff? And it was like, oh, just do Path of Builder. And I'm like, no, but like, how does this functionally work together? It replaces it. So does getting the debuff on it and then immediately casting again immediately replace it? Like if I have a stronger one on it and then I accidentally recast it, does it replace it? If you log out with your minions with contagion, when you log back in, do they still have it? Oh, like in World of Warcraft, where you would spread the Hakar poison, the blood disease from Hakar, via your summons into Ironforge. That'd be funny. Places after the first one. Okay. Skeletal Warrior. 20 Spirit. Get some warriors, +7 to all elemental resistances. They just have it, or by having skeletal warriors up, you gain this? Do the warriors just have all res, or does having skeletal warriors out grant you all res? This is such a weird stat. What a seemingly random stat for this just to also have. By having warriors out, you gain elemental res. Okay. Sniper. These are 90 spirit, so you can have 4 warriors or 1 sniper. Long range, reviving skeletal snipers that can fire a gas arrow on command. Cooldown time for the arrow is 8 seconds. Attack speed, they are faster than base. Attack damage is 70%. This one, oh no, that's their effect. So warriors don't have a special ability. Snipers do. Creating cloud of flammable or poisonous gas where it lands. The cloud will detonate if hit by a detonator skill, or if an ignited enemy touches it, creating a fiery explosion. So you will summon a poison gas cloud that you can then detonate. So the cloud can be targeted for detonation. Doesn't really say what happens when you do that. I assume the like duration-based thing stops and it does more damage. Probably the detonation skill describes it. Impact radius is 1.4 meters. So having snipers out doesn't grant you a stat inherently like the warriors. They have an activation one. You have to know their stats and then the skill stats. Okay. Unearth. Minion AoE physical duration. can crit. Raises spikes of bone from earth in front of you, damaging enemies. The bones of corpses in the area are ripped out and reassembled to bone construct minions that fight for you. Deals physical damage, has a limit. That's what I was asking about earlier. Bone construct duration is 12 seconds. Cone length is 6 meters. Okay. Sure, that makes sense. That's what they were kind of highlighting. What up, Joe B? What'd it do? Cloud explosion is also physical damage. Good to know. Valheru Bale, thank you very much for the follow. Lock in. And Devlin, thank you for the follows. Enfeeble, AoE, duration, curse. Curse all enemies in an area after a short duration, causing them to deal less damage. Curse duration is 8.4 seconds. Radius is 2 meters. How dare they measure things in meters, you New Zealanders. Cursed, normal, magic, or rare enemies deal less damage. Unique enemies deal less damage. Okay. Sure. Do we feel like monsters deal less damage spells are very important? Or is this something that's like important in the early game and a lot of like hardcore players will use it and then you'll mostly drop off? How often are just like straight up reduce just the monster's damage ends up seeing a lot of use in the game? Friend game, it can help a lot. Can help a lot with somebody playing the game to feel better, or is actually used in endgame builds? And maybe there's not one right answer to this question, but I'm trying to get a sense of how often debuffing monster damage is relevant, or like, oh, you can't do this content unless you're reducing monster damage or something like that. Game has curse limits. The majority of time people prefer to use damage ones. Okay. Essence Chain. Quite common in endgame. Okay. Excuse me. Essence Strain. Projectile duration chaos AoE. It's a lot of tags. Projectile duration chaos AoE. Can also crit. Fires a projectile that applies a chaos damage over time debuff when it hits. So dots can crit. I assume that doubles the damage applied, or it crit modifies the damage applied. I assume there are things that change your crit damage modifier. Yo, Breeze! I say hello to you again. What up? 9 to 16 chaos damage. What's the duration? The other one taught me the duration. Why? Do we just not have all the information yet for these things? This just doesn't have a duration tied to it. Some are incomplete. That makes sense.
Macro is life.
Joe Breeze, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. It'll be good, Panda. We just don't have all the information. Okay. That is fine. Skeletal Arsonist, Persistent Detonator. They're a detonator, hence the Arsonist. Summons bomb throwing Skeletal Arsonist that can detonate other minions on command. Detonates an ally's minions whose current life is below a threshold, dealing heavy damage. Deals this amount of damage. Deals additional fire damage equal to 15% of the minion's maximum life. Explosion radius is 2 meters. So you are also able to target your cloud with this. So like it will deal damage. Oh, so the cloud isn't going to modify this explosion. It is just a target. Okay. Because the explosion has a damage type. Buddha Boy, thank you very much for the follow. And thank you again for the 100 bits. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that's how Corpse Explosion works. It doesn't really matter who the thing was, but obviously with more maximum life. This is Corpse Explosion. Whoa, what did I click? What just happened? Oh, all right. Bone Cage, duration AoE, physical Nova, crit chance. Raise a ring of bone spikes around you. The spikes explode when an enemy touches them, damaging and pinning nearby enemies. Doesn't amount of damage. Hits are pinning, so pinning is a status effect. Pins enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. So pin duration or pin effectiveness is also based off of the damage that it would deal, and bone cage pins as if it dealt more damage. Cage radius is 1.8 meters. Explosion radius is 1 meter. So hitting somebody on one side of the cage, you won't be able to hit them on the other one. Cage duration. Duration is very short. The spikes explode when an enemy touches them. I wonder if the spikes will also explode on expiration. It sounds like no. Fozon, thank you very much for the follow. But you kind of put this in the way of something that's running towards you. I assume bosses can't be pinned. So you could kind of just trigger a bunch of explosions on a boss if it's a mobile boss as well. Seems like a decent little shotgun blast amount of damage. Can you apply CCs to bosses? I assume no. Or maybe like you can slow them, but you can't stun them. What's like boss functionality? Can you hinder them? The stagger bar type system? They have stagger bars. I have to theory craft. That's what my brain does off the rip. Stagger? Okay. That still seems like this is like, if these pins are more effective as if it was doing more damage, then being able to drop this in front of, again, like a mobile boss, like a boss that actually moves, or maybe even like, you know, the big skeleton that we saw, it swishes through and it attacks. Does it arm passing through this bone cage trigger every single section of it? So that seems like a fairly decent tool, depending on what the boss does. Obviously, like, I'm pulling this out of my ass, but it's like one of the first things that I think of here. I don't hate that. Raise zombie, consume a corpse, or power charge. Right, there was a thing that generates power charges. To create a zombie, zombies created from power charges are empowered. 10 zombies. So you can have 10 zombies, 8 revives, the number of minions that you can have based on your spirit, and a specter based on that as well. This doesn't hit your spirit amounts, as far as I understand it, right? Like, this is a completely separate thing that has its own limit. That's how I'm currently understanding it. Because it doesn't talk to a spirit value here. Duration is 20 seconds. They take 30% less damage. Empowered zombies deal 100% more damage with hits. Empowered zombies have 25% more movement speed. Not tied to spirit, okay. So you could basically do like a whole minion witch setup that actually doesn't follow the spirit function at all. You instead just use stuff like this and the bone skill instead. Or you could like bolster a minion build that's just using a really powerful specter with this type of stuff, so you can still have chaff to toss in the way. Skeletal Frost Mage. So these are 2.5 times warriors. They are half. Oh, how much was the Arsonist? Arsonist is not that much, so it's actually only 2 warriors. This is 1 sniper. So snipers are costed pretty aggressively, which says to me that they're meant to be one of the biggest damage dealers. Summons a Skeletal Frost Mage that can freeze themselves on command to slow nearby enemies. 6-second cooldown. It can crit. So it deals an amount of cold damage that's like a fairly significant in comparison to other things that we've seen. 100% more effect of chill. I don't know what that means. %, more effect of chill. So chill's a stat that you can have. And this is, it basically gains twice your chill. So other things can also have chill, but gain your base amount of chill. Is what I'm getting from that. They big chillin'. Risha Girl, thank you for the follow. Great name. Pain Offering is a minion spell. Impales a skeleton on a bone spike to empower nearby minions into a frenzy as long as the spike remains, causing him to use skills more quickly. The bone spike is itself a minion. If it dies, the effect ends. 1 Pain Offering spike in total. Has a decent radius. Does anybody know what the corner to corner size of a screen is in meters? Like, I used to know this for Diablo 2, and in Diablo 2 it's measured in yards. What is the radius of the screen from corner to corner? Does anybody know? That would actually be diameter if it was corner to corner. So I guess from center to corner. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean. What is the size of a screen? Just so I can get an idea of like how often you'll have to redo this if you're moving. I can kind of look at the video, but yeah, I'm not too sure. Spike duration 5 seconds. Aura grants minions 30% increased attack speed and cast speed. Aura grants minions 38% more damage. In PoE, does your animation speed just continue to scale, or is there a cap to attack speed? Bone Storm, channeling, projectile, physical AoE, mana per second, crit chance. Channel to conjure a swarm of bone spikes in the air. It continues to scale, okay? Then release to fire. Shrapnel lodges in enemy's hit, causing attacks against them to deal additional damage. Consume your power charges to cause the spikes to cause larger explosions. Oh, right. It was if you had a charge, it did AoE instead. Deals physical damage, debuffs enemies to take additional damage to the same amount of damage from the next attack. So once, debuff duration is 10 seconds. Does it happen one time, or does it sounds like it happens over 10 seconds. But it says from next attack feels kind of weird. So it's one or the other. Obviously, those are two very different things, but sure. Yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty cool. In the video, this skill at full charge was doing significantly more damage than the minions. So I'm hoping that minion damage is not just kind of like a, oh, it's there and it's also happening style thing. Detonate dead. This is corpse explosion. We could just call it corpse explosion. Causes a corpse to violently explode. Corpse explosion. Damaging surrounding enemies. Does fire damage. Deals physical damage. This is literally this is Diablo 2 corpse explosion. It deals part physical and part fire. Just call it corpse explosion. That's okay. Boop, 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 boop. All right, yeah, cool. So it always does a base of fire damage and it does physical damage equal to a percentage. So I'm wondering what the scaling potential looks like here. Because obviously these are two very different things. Since it's dual damage, it allows you to get around. Are there immunities in PoE? I don't. Some monsters could become immune to damage, I believe. Like you can actually become immune to like an elemental damage type, if I'm not mistaken. There were some dudes I like opened up the time rift shard thing that they were stuck in, and I think based off of the little shard you got out of it, they could become immune to that damage type. This is obviously good for getting around immunities. There is? Okay. Vulnerability, AoE duration, curse, physical curse. Curses all targets in an area after a short delay, reducing their armor. Enemy lose 191 armor. Armor Armor reduces incoming damage. Evasion is whether or not you get hit. Is that accurate? Like, armor is physical damage reduction? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bind Spectre minion. This is Pokemon. This is good. Captures the spirit of a defeated enemy, allowing you to summon it as a minion. I need this to be, it keeps it forever until you replace it. I need to play Pokemon. This is awesome. Profane Ritual, Chaos Duration AoE, marks a corpse with a profane rune, dealing chaos damage over time to nearby enemies. When the ritual is complete, the corpse is consumed and you gain a power charge. Okay. Deal damage per second, 5 active rituals, ritual radius, duration is 2 seconds. Okay. So you drop some corpses, you do this on them, increase your damage output, you walk away with charges, you can use the charges for zombies and for other skills. Despair. AoE duration, Chaos Curse. Curses all targets in area after a short delay. It says after a short delay. Is that just the casting time? Or does this mean I cast it and then it happens and then it has a duration? This is lower resistance. Okay. First enemies have minus, sure. Skeletal Reaver, 28 spirit, so a little bit more than the warrior, less than everything else. This is 3 as a sniper, basically 2 is an arsonist, a little bit less than a mage. Reviving Skeletal Reavers that can enrage on command. Enrage all Reavers, causing them to lose life over time and gain rage. So this could be a really good way to also do like a detonate skill. Loses 1% of their life per second, 20% more life loss each second, gain 2 rage on hit. Rage, the chieftain I was playing could do rage stuff. I don't remember what rage does. We don't know how it works, but curses take time to activate. Okay. Lauren Z, thank you very much for the follow. Totem. Raise a totem that bombards enemies afflicted by chaos damage over time debuffs. Dark Effigy. Raises a totem that bombards enemies afflicted by chaos. Okay, so this is a thing that can be targeted onto things that have your dots on them. Okay. Obviously, we don't really know too much else about that. Sure. Bone Offering. Spell, buff, duration, AoE, physical. Impales a skeleton on a bone spike to shield your minions while the spike remains. The shield absorbs all damage from the next hit each minion takes. Then explodes. Bone spike itself is a minion and shields itself if it dies. And shields itself. If it dies, shields your other minions. And your other minions disappear. 1 bone offering spike. 1 pain offering spike. So you can do these 2 at the same time. I guess I need to know what it means by it explodes. Like the shield explodes. And if keeping your minions alive with this is like that important. Benoit, thank you very much for the follow. Skeletal Storm Mage, 42 spirit, so similar to the other mage. Skeletal Storm Mage that can call down a lightning storm on dead skeletons. 5-second cooldown, cast time 2 seconds. Lightning bolts strike all fallen skeletons in the area, creating shocked ground. So, like, you want your minions to die. But for your minions to die, they kind of have to naturally die. So the Reavers can obviously, like, you can speed up Reavers by then arsoning them. And then they'll be dead. Then there will be corpses then you can Storm Mage them. Okay. Deals a large amount of damage. Large range. So this is very similar to Diablo 2 Lightning, where like the skill Lightning does 1 to 20,000 damage. Bolt explosion radius, shocked ground radius, shock ground duration. This is something that like also was big in last epoch, like sending in your minions for your minions to die to then do something, if I'm not mistaken. Like you intend for your minions to die. Let you die. Thank you very much for the follow. You turn into the Path side of the Force too. It would be awesome to watch your content. I will be playing Path of Exile too. Yes. Hex Blast spell AoE Chaos detonates curses on enemies in an area, causing explosions of chaos damage but removing the curse. Deals this much chaos damage. Maximum of 9 explosions. So there's no way for me to have 9 different curses on a target. But I assume you could do like 2 or 3 curses. So this means that like, let's say I have 5 enemies. I've applied 3 curses to all of them. That this will explode all 3 curses on like target 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 and 5 don't have their curses absorbed, so then you can hit the rest of the people with curses on them. So it won't just like hit everybody in the pack? Or is it 9 curses per target and somehow I can do that? Support gems for damaging your minions to give them buffs. Okay, that makes sense. This seems like a limiting factor to how many curses will be consumed. And then what you'll kind of do is you'll just like kind of like spam through it until you cast it one time, you don't see it, and then you'll recurse. Or maybe you'll cast it like 2 or 3 times and then recast your curses. So is it 9 curses per target will be eaten, or 9 curses in the pack of monsters? PoE 2 will survive the hype, for sure. That's interesting. Skeletal Brute, 46 Spirit. Summons a hard-hitting big boy that can stun primed enemies. Primed is a great question. 9 curses in a pack. 9 curses in a pack. That's what it sounds like. Cleric, 14 Spirit, so very cheap. Summons reviving skeletal clerics that heal other minions and revive fallen skeletons. So now the cleric revives them for you as well. Minions from this skill of plus 12 to all elemental resistances. This sounds like if your cleric revives a skeleton, that skeleton gains all res. I wonder how you micromanage that. Power Offering. Kills a skeleton on a bone spike, extracting a power charge over a short duration. Bone spike itself is a minion. Blah, 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 blah. Limit 10 Power Offering spikes. So we had Pain Offering spike, and we had... Is this Pain Offering spike? So I can have 10 of these? I have 10 power charges? Keep up the awesome work. Hey, thank you, D-Mark. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm excited to play it. Grim Feast feeds on a corpse to bolster your energy shield. While active, enemies and minions that down your presence will drop Grim Remnants. Picking up a Grim Remnant grants you energy shield and can overflow your energy shield up to double its normal maximum. Grim Remnants recover 24. Okay, interesting. This is barrier. You can get double your barrier. Does energy shield only work on certain types of damage, or is this just temporary maximum life? Like, does energy shield only work on elemental damage, or is this just straight up temp life? It sounds like temp life. Withering Presence. While active, periodically wither enemies in your presence. Wither duration is 4 seconds. Wither enemies in your presence every... I don't know what wither does. All damage but chaos. Interesting. I don't know what withering does, but sounds cool. Oh, and it reserves... Oh, wait. This reserves spirit? Not mana? Oh. Yeah, so they're... One, that's just something you can generally do, but yeah, I think there's absolutely going to be like no minion builds. Okay. What up, Cop? There's a node that makes your energy shield your mana in its temp life, but chaos damage ignores energy shield. Otherwise, it's temp life that has different ways to replenish than health. Chaos bypasses it. No more mana reservation in PoE 2. Oh. There isn't mana reservation. Now it blocks chaos damage, but chaos deals double to energy shield. Ah. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Wither increases chaos damage taken up to a certain stack. How many PoE 2 vids versus Diablo 4 vids am I going to be doing? Basically, I plan on just covering both games. So like, while I'm playing PoE 2, I'll make PoE 2 content. While I'm playing Diablo 4, I'll make Diablo 4 content. I'll see how manageable that is. Like, I have a lot of responsibilities in Diablo 4. I'm a class lead. I have to oversee a team for max roll. And I love the game and I like playing it. So basically, I'm just perpetually hoping that they don't overlap too much. And if it's ever PoE 2 versus Diablo 4 right now, it's definitely going to be a huge focus on Diablo 4, obviously. You know? But that doesn't mean I won't be like, all right, I'm done with this season. Let me hop into the other one. I just won't have a life. I already don't have a life. It's pretty upsetting. Yeah, it turns out if you're a content creator, you just kind of don't have a life. Blasphemy. Buff persistent AoE aura. Combines all socketed curse skills into a vile aura, applying their effects to all nearby enemies. Now, does this mean that there is a way to use a non-curse, like socketed curse skill? Or is it just clarifying that it will only use curse skills which are currently socketed? Am I going to post PoE 2 builds on max roll? I will make build planners. I'm not going to be like covering. I will not be part of the PoE 2 coverage on max roll. No, I'm going to be my own little dude over here, just kind of talking about the stuff I want to talk about in the game. It means curses you socket into blasphemy. Oh. Okay. And that reserves a bunch of spirit. Gotcha. Cool. Barrier Invocation. Casting the skill once activates it, causing it to gain energy when energy shield is damaged by hits. Casting again once sufficient energy is gathered will consume the energy to trigger socketed spells. Gain 1 energy for each 5 energy shield lost to damage taken. Maximum energy is 500. Okay. So you go into a build that makes an energy shield. You willingly get hit a lot. You then trigger skills socketed into this thing. So you can trigger like multiple effects. Because like this has to net you at least 1 positive, right? Because it wouldn't make sense you would just socket the skill. Unless it was an alternative way of like casting skills. Like, well, you said that there's no mana reservation though. Yeah, so this has to like net you at least 1 positive skill for it to matter. And I assume you can do like 2 or 3. But then that means that like those skills don't have things socketed. So you're getting like the based version of those skills. Like you take the skill, you put it into this skill as a gem. Like, so as opposed to like a support gem for the skill, you put this skill into it. So then you can't put like support gems on that skill. You can probably put support gems onto this one that will change how it works with the other thing that it's doing. But this will take like the base version of skills that you want to trigger as long as you can with the amount of energy that they are and then do them. Is that how a meta gem works? The support gem would work for the triggered skill and the meta gem? Wait, you put meta gems into skill gems? Yo, Brian Speaks, thank you so much for becoming a real one on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Do you put skill gems into meta gems or do you put meta gems into skill gems? Where does the support gem go? Skill gems into meta gems. Okay, so you have the meta gem. You put a skill gem into it. Just like this. Here's where this one goes. Then I take a support gem. I also put the support gem into the meta gem. Does that support gem now modify the behavior of the meta gem, the skill gem inside, or both? Support typically goes into a skill gem, but if I put a skill gem in a meta gem, where does the support gem go? We could watch the video. Which video is it? I would love to watch the video. I just type like gems here. Which video? I'm watching like a creeper for years. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Because if there's a video I could be watching on this so I don't sound like a complete lunatic, that'd be pretty dope. I guess it kind of doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later. Cast on minion death. Great name. While active, gains energy when one of your minions dies and triggers socketed spells upon reaching maximum energy. Cannot socket spells which create minions. Gains energy based on the defensive power of the minion. Triggers all socketed spells and loses all energy on reaching maximum energy. Cast on critical. Cast on critical says gains energy when you critically hit enemies and trigger socketed spells. Gains energy when you deal a critical strike with a spell. Triggers all activated spells and loses all energy on reaching maximum energy. Okay. Are these the currently revealed gems of the witch, or is this all of the gems that will be available for the witch? Like, we show up 12-6. These are the skill gems. These are the gems that exist for the witch. Ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape. So they have one astro ape and 3 slurp juices. You create 3 new apes. Beautiful. Any class can use any gem. Class doesn't matter. Is that still true? Like, why does this have a delineator then? Why are these indicated as the witch gems at all? Okay. So they're still doing that. Gotcha. Is there a reason why Maxwell has unreleased placeholder items in the database? Because it's available in the data mine. It's just there in the data. Different scepters. How cleaned it was? There's literally just the data mine exists. That's it. There's no like insider information. There's no like secrets. There's no like, oh, this thing is coming. It's just there in the data. Celebrant Scepter. Grants skill level number of skeletal warriors. Just put malice. So, skill levels. These are just plus levels to the skill gem of Skeletal Warrior Minion. Grizzly Rager, let you die. Thank you for the follows. Okay. What does clicking this do? Nothing. What am I looking at? Oh, PO1 versus PoE 2. Okay. Doesn't help me out so much. Ascendancies. Oh, this is just, this is what we got going on. I do like the ascendant trees are like visual. I like that. Sanguimancy grants skill life remnants. Life orbs drop on kill. Skills gain a base life cost equal to their base mana cost. Okay. Which grants skill life remnants. That grant skill is a skill that can be supported. So it is a new skill that exists that isn't a skill gem. You can then modify it like you normally would. Life orbs drop on kill. Skills gain. So this is now true, right? Your skills now have a base life cost equal to their mana cost. And then I assume you could use things that modify when you have certain life amounts or when you lose life triggers and stuff like that. Like that's like the benefit here. And I don't know what life orbs do, but life orbs let you double your max life. Okay. Crimson Power is number 2. It's somewhere down here. Gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra maximum life. Okay. Number 3 over here. 10% of spell damage leached as life. That makes sense. 4. Increased critical strike damage bonus. Increased critical strike damage bonus per 20 life. Okay. Sure. So we're dealing with as long as you can solve the healing part of it, you get to be stronger. Let you mess around with life cost stuff. Gotcha. Infernalist. Loyal Hellhound, grant skill, summon Infernal Hound. 10% of damage from hits is taken from your Hellhound's life before you. Monk Possession, grants demon form. Oh, we saw the demon form. That was like it's like a succubus kind of looking thing. Pretty cool. Pyromantic Pact. Maximum mana is replaced by Maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill points, for skill costs. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. Okay. So it'll be things that deal with like based off of your Infernal Flame do XYZ. So being able to generate it up to a certain amount and maybe maintain it there will be very important. And then like having to like reset will be cool. While not on low Infernal Flame, which I assume was like 30%, all damage from you and your minions contributes to Ignite chance in magnitude. So while you maintain a certain amount of Infernal Flame, damage that you do does Ignite chance. And then magnitude, so the amount of damage it deals. Cool. Am I going to play PoE 2 mainly? No. I'm not. I'm just going to be playing both games when I want to. Unless I love it, which, you know. Like, what am I going to be doing in the future? There's nothing to be said there. I really would like to be somebody who can just play games in the genre and people can enjoy watching that content for those games. You know, I may not like it. But on top of that, I mean, I do just quite literally have responsibilities for Diablo 4, like on Maxwell, but also I like playing that game. I want to be playing that game. I like the relationships that I have, and I like the opportunities that I'm afforded. So. This is not like a new game has come out. Goodbye, everything I've ever done. will characters from the previous game carry over? I don't believe so. You say that now? Yeah, well, the future is infinitely unknowable and unpredictable. It looks like that's generally everything that we can kind of eat about it. Which seems pretty cool. Welcome to the PoE fam. Thank you. I appreciate that welcome. Now let's do the giveaway on YouTube. If it's not a witch, well, we're learning about the other classes. I know nothing about any of the classes, so we're learning about them. Probably check out Warrior. Let's do the giveaway on YouTube. Okay, so for YouTube, YouTube is a little bit harder for me to do a giveaway on, because the universe hates me. So what we're doing is we're giving away a $50 gift card to Gamer Advantage. Gamer Advantage is one of the sponsors of the channel. They're the glasses I got recently. I did a whole bit in my most recent video about it. You should go check it out. I think it was pretty cringe, but in a good way. So we're going to be doing a giveaway. They have like a huge Cyber Monday sale going on. Free shipping in the US. They do prescription. Some of these are covered by FSA and HSA. You'd have to check with your individual plans. So things are already on sale. I'm going to give you a $50 gift card to be able to use. On top of that, you can still use Macro at checkout, MACRO, for an additional discount. So for YouTube, basically, you can't do exclamation point raffle because, you know, the devil hates us. Can I whisper you? What did she? No, YouTube sucks. So for YouTube, to be able to receive it, I just need you to DM me on Discord. Because it doesn't have a way for me to individually reach out to you. It's not like I can like send a message to your channel. So you could either reach me via email or you could reach me via Discord. Well, no, not email. We're going to do Discord. So what we're going to do on YouTube. Great, I'm not on Discord. How can I reach people on YouTube? How can we do it? How can I reach somebody on YouTube? It could be Discord. It could be through DMs on social media. It has to be some way because YouTube itself does not have a way. Yeah, so it's gonna have to be through Discord. Alrighty. So here's what we're gonna do, YouTube. Alrighty. Here's how here's how you win. In 5 seconds, I'm going to have you all guess a number between 1 and 50. And the first person to guess it will win. So, in 3, 2, 1, go. Guess a number between 1 and 50 and type it in chat. This is only for YouTube. We already did the Twitch giveaway. Already stop guessing. Mr. Metfan SC. You've successfully guessed the right number. You can play too. I mean, yeah, you can just be typing numbers in. Mr. Metfan SC. Here's what I need you to do. In the description is my Discord. I need you to go there and send me a DM. Nick with the pi 3.1415927. Is it 927? Mr. Metfan SC. You'll link up, DM me, and I'll send you over the code. And congratulations to winning. Thank you to Gamer Advantage. Thank you for the gift card. Enjoy buying. Remember code macro at checkout still. You still want to do that? Because you will get a discount on top of the discounts on top of the card. Shoutouts to Gamer Advantage. Thank you very much. Let me just update these things so that people don't worry about it. Okay. Done. It was 17. But shoutouts to Gamer Advantage. Even if you didn't win, again, they have like huge sales going on. I personally use them just for blue light blocking. I don't even have a prescription. You can see there's no magnification here. Also, like no weird yellow tint. That's just crystal beautiful. I'm currently wearing the Horizon 2.0. These are their new frames. They're ultra lightweight. I'm rocking them in crystal with the Resmi Sleep. They also have them in obsidian. They also do this bonfire look, which I generally like. I have the storms in bonfire, which I really like. But yeah. And they do prescription as well. Yes, they do prescription. They basically, the way that they do prescription is they tell you how to like send them the information so that when they do their order, the lenses are to your prescription. What I also like the kind of like flagship ones are the Infernos. The cool part about the Inferno, I wonder if they have a picture here. So this right here, these sunglass parts, right here in the Infernos, there's two small magnets, and these just snap right on, and you can immediately take them off. You can also just like wear them upside down if you're just like trying not to lose them. I kind of hang them off to the side. But every single time I walk in anywhere, I just go like boop, and I take them off so I can see people and people can see me. No joke, dude. Every time I just go boop and I take off the sunglasses while leaving the actual rims on, people lose their minds. They think it's like back in the 1200s and I'm a wizard doing fire magic in the courts of like the Holy Roman Empire. Promise me that they were around in the 1100s. I don't know. But people just look at me and they're like, what is it? Oh yeah, this right here. This is a little demo of it. But people think I'm a fucking wizard when I do this. The amount of times that I do it and somebody behind me is just like, hey man, are your glasses magnets? And I go, yeah, they're magnets. And they go, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen. Quite literally, people think it's fucking magic. I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, alrighty. So I'm not going to read through every single thing. I've already played a warrior. Is warrior pretty similar to what it was before? It has leap slam. I liked leap slam. Hammer of the Gods. Well, I'm a Hammer of the Gods warrior now. Excuse me. This is now what I'm playing. I'm now playing Hammer of the Gods warrior. Warrior is not the Marauder. Gotcha. Well, I'm Hammer of the Gods warrior now. That's all I care about. Sorceress. Orb of Storms. Solar Orb. Flammability. You become flammable. Yeah, teleport. Frost bomb. It's a bomb. Comet. It's like a frost bomb. But a rock? Comet does cold damage? Comets are cold now? Sure, yeah, sure, yeah. No, I get that the comet is like space ice. I get that. But entering the atmosphere tends to heat up the comet a bit. Like smashing into our atmosphere and then careening with the Earth tends to be very exothermic. So typically, when we do comets in games, they're either Earth or hot. That's it. Fun fact, even if it's not made out of ice, everything that doesn't have an atmosphere out... Well, I was about to say a stupid thing. Are they all comets? Hold on. How stupid am I? Things which are not stars and bodies that do not have atmospheres tend to be cold in space? Is that a true statement? What type of... What are the non-star, non-planet things in space? I am not an astrophysicist. What? List of objects in space? This is very good. Okay. Planet. There are planets in space. Stars. Got that. Galaxy. A collection of stars and planets. Black holes, asteroids, comets, two different things. Galaxy clusters, that's just a bigger galaxy. Mars. List of objects in space, Mars is one of them. I mean, that's accurate. Nebulas? Nebula is space gas? The sun? Astronomical objects? That one's a bit on the nose, ain't it? This is just a synonym. Objects in space, astronomical ones. Yeah, bud. That's what I asked. Constellations, that's not a thing in space so much. That's just how we've put a pattern on stars we can see. But like, cool. Dark matter? Where'd we end up with dark matter? Me taking a test when I didn't study? Of the astronomical objects that one can observe in astronomy, where'd we end up with dark matter? Are we still... Is dark matter even theoretical or is it hypothetical? Like, do we actually have true theorem? Or is this just like... Dark matter to me was like, you know, like Sir Isaac Newton couldn't figure out how objects in space like continue to orbit one another without like eventually kind of fucking up. So he's like, and then God just kind of touches it. That's what dark matter kind of is. You know, the same thing with like Einstein originally, and Einstein is just like, this equation doesn't work, so I'm adding a constant, and the constant makes it work. It just turns out that like he was right, but it's him just being like, the equation has to work, so it's there. That's what I thought dark matter was. This moon, Jupiter, one of the nebulas. So the answer is just planets, planetoids, various forms of asteroids, stars, black hole, human trash. I am also just a lowly biologist, hence why I don't know a lot about astrophysicists. Astrophysics. I rescind my original statement. Most things in space aren't cold. Great talk. The Ranger. I feel like I like generally get the idea. So then I guess let me just like look at this list of class names. Oh, there's the Marauder. Gems Markdown. Star Wars 9, skill gem sockets, effectiveness of added damage has been removed. They can have 2 support. Socket crafting is determinate. There's socket crafting. Socket has no color. Five additional gem sockets on a skill gem? A skill gem can have 7 things socketed into it? Are skills going to be using 7 support gems in them? Six total. This says they have 2, and you can add 5 additional. So why would you ever use this? I believe you that it's 6 in total, but that doesn't math up. Why would anybody use this if all gems have 2 by default? Be 5 supports in total because so is it so it's just it's the maximum of what it was before, which was the 6 link gear. Okay. Can't use the same support more than once. Okie dokie. Okay. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Higher level summon gems require less spirit. Val gems will not be composite. I believe you. So you have to go cut gems, but uncut is a material you use to level up a gem. Can you still level up gems just by getting experience? So you have to get this. They've gotten rid of leveling up gems through experience. Well, hold on. Is experience in the game? Does like your character level up? You can still level them normally. Hold on, I'm getting two different things. So, you level up for your passive skill tree. That makes sense. Do gems level up via experience, or do they only level up via uncut skill gems? Only by uncut. The gemling is a mercenary ascendant thing, right? No more gem XP. Okay. They only level up by uncut. That's what we're going with. Sport gems don't have levels. These two things can't be true simultaneously. All support gems with level 1 requirements. Support gems don't have levels. Uncut support gem level can unlock gem below the same level gem tier. Only... Wait. Support gems don't have levels, but they have tiers? What? What do these two things mean together? Yeah, tier does not equal level. Increasing the quality of gear literally just increases the stat of it. So like increasing the quality of your weapon will just make it do more damage. Increasing the quality of your armor will increase the amount of defensive stats that it grants you, etc. Like, it maxes out at 20%, and the item is just 20% better for you. So you don't level up gems. They do have tiers. Okay, so a meta gem, you take a meta gem, you put a skill gem in it. Then the support gems that you put in it modify the skill gem that will be triggered. Which means that if you put multiple skill gems in it, this is a way to get one support gem to affect multiple skill gems. But requires you to do the activation of the meta gem to get the effect. That's what I'm getting from here. So it either gives you a completely alternative way of activating a skill to like get some other benefit out of it or to do it in a different way. Or you can have multiple skills that will all now be supported by a single support gem. So you can get like all 3 of my summons have this support gem, but they won't be as strong as my regular summons because I'm not using them with, you know, 3 or 4 different support things in them. Okay. The gem functions kind of like a Pokeball. Huh. Interesting. The only thing I've seen about the witch that I like is actually the Pokeball thing. I think I want to play Warrior. Warrior or Ranger. I never play a Ranger. So I want to play Ash Ketchum. I want to try Warrior and Ranger. I think that's where I'm at. I want to play Ash Ketchum. Merc looks cool. I do not aesthetically like, here is my machine gun grenade launcher. Yes, there's not so much. The class that you pick determines the ascendancies that you pick. It doesn't actually change what skills you can use. Like the only thing that's tied to your class, does the class that you're playing also determine the type of loot that you get? Oh, and starting point in the passive tree. Yeah. But does it actually modify, like, will I see more axes if I'm a marauder? No smart loot. Okay. So your class determines where you start in the passive skill tree in the ascendancies that you can unlock, but it doesn't determine anything else. Oh, and leveling rewards, because you'll get like different amounts of stats, right? Now, is this one of the things where like 9 times out of 10, you would never actually want to do like a witch build on a monk? You just technically can. Like, there might be one thing where it's cool that you have more decks as this build, so you go Ranger, and then what it affords you lets you do a cool thing. And it's more so there to just say that it's technically true? Or is there like often warriors doing monk builds? Yo, what up, Barricade? Oh yeah, so the changes to like the travel node, so now you just pick the stat that you want. I actually really liked that. Actually really liked that. Also, this music is way too intense for what we're currently talking about. There's a ranger build going around that uses the witch curses. In PoE 1 right now, like, do you ever go sorceress? Well, I don't even know if it, is sorceress even a class? PoE 1? But like, is there like a chieftain marauder that does the toxic barrage or whatever skill gem? Whatever it's called, toxic rain, toxic whatever, fucking, you know what I'm talking about. Like, is that ever actually a thing? Or is it just cool that it can be? I guess we could go look at the build guides on Maxroll. Hey, Dumps. Welcome home. You did it. Explosive arrow ballista, witch, elementalist. That's like immediately what I was talking about, right? What up, Prophetic? Oh, this is like a... Oh, right, you have to click through these things. A fun fact, the progression write-ups for PoE are fucking insane. Like, I don't know what other websites are doing. I just know that this is insane. And it has the audacity to have a FAQ. What are you talking about? What if I want this? Ooh. Damn, dude, our PoE site's pretty cool. You're pretty cool. All right, so the answer to my question is yes, there are things that do that. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty good. I think I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna play Ash Ketchum. Gotta catch them all. I will be Ash Ketchum. Gotta catch them all. And then I'll probably end up trying out the warrior and the ranger. What are the warriors' ascendants? Can I look at ascendants? I don't want to play the warrior anymore. Warrior's lame. Let's go to the ranger. This is what Teo will be playing, probably. PoE Wiki says nothing's different about stats. Oh, okay, cool. Gemling is going to be busted for minion builds. Isn't that a ranger ascent, or that's a mercenary ascension? Gemling, right? Skill gems, additional skill slots. Is it just because of these two things? Like this really says to me, hey, your skills are stronger. I'm not sure how that's different for different classes. Bloodlance Necro is super fun in the pet. What does the ranger get? Deadeye. That's not really my flavor. Pathfinder. I'll be honest with you, neither of these are interesting to me. Source first. What the fuck are weapon set skill points? Huh. Man, the mercenary does just kind of look cooler than the other classes, huh? All right, I'm going full circle. I'm going Hammer of the Gods. Just whatever. I'm going Hammer of the Gods something. Going Hammer of the Gods, Chronomancer. I just want to spam Hammer of the Gods. How do I do this? Does Hammer of Gods have a cooldown? I guess I should read that skill, huh? It does have a cooldown. I'm doing Hammer of the Gods, Chronomancer. That's what I'm playing. Oh, is this like a meta thing? Is this what people are talking about? Damn it. I am a hipster. I am a hipster. What about Seismic Cry Chronomancer? Can I be a Warcry wizard? Sure. That doesn't sound very very confident. Warcry wizard just kind of rolls off the tongue, you know? What is the point of having increased Warcry speed if you have an 8-second cooldown? Like legitimately, like what's the point of the increased Warcry speed if also 8-second cooldown? The 8-second cooldown is just like 10 times the duration of the skill itself. Maybe Warcry Wizard. That's what we're doing. We're gonna try Warcry Wizard. Be 9 fucking Warcries and wizard shit. I'm just gonna rifle through each Warcry. How many different Warcries are there? I like search via Warcry. What's all one word? War cry. All right, so there's the war cries there. Well, who else has war cries? Do you have any war cries? You do not. Do you have any war cries? You do not. Do you have any war cries? You do not. Do you have any war cries? You do not. Any war cries? You do not. And what the fuck? What the fuck? So it's all right. So there's 2 war cries right now. That doesn't sound like I can make a good war cry wizard if there's just 2 war cries. All right. All right. Okay. It's been 4 hours. I think I've eaten a lot of PoE content. I need to eat some real food. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up and stretch. Going to run to the bathroom, probably like 5 minutes. I'm going to get quick food. Num, 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 num. And then we're going to play the Bazaar. Probably like an hour or 2. Do a couple runs in the Bazaar. Yo, shoutouts to Crip. Crip in his most recent video, shout out the fact that he's been watching me play the game because I'm a baby and he needs to teach me. Shoutouts to my boy Crip. Thank you for the shout out. But let me run ads now so we're not interrupted later. And then we're gonna play the Bazaar. Very fun game I've been playing recently. Oh, nice. I accepted that friendship on Discord, BT Dubs. Mr. Met Fan, go ahead and DM me. Actually, I think I can just DM you. Hold on. I'm going to get Mr. Met Fan his gift card. There you go. Mr. Met Fan, I DM'd you on Disco. Thank you so much. Congrats to the lucky winners today. Thank you again to I'll just leave this running. Here, watch this one. Watch. Just watch this.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
I'll be right back.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm? Sullen!
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back will be blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. on.
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is this?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice. We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must. those who obsess with death. Let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have
Oh, hello. Welcome back. Ah, yeah, nobody's here. Let's go. Now I don't have to entertain anybody. I could just play the game I want to play. So if you haven't seen the Bazaar, you should hang around. All right, there's like no game for me to set it to. Okay. If you've never seen the Bazaar, you should hang around. And check it out with me. It's a very, very cool game. It's an auto chess roguelite, basically. Oof, I'm cold. This sweater is good because it's a very warm sweater. I just hate the sleeves on it because they're not very comfortable and they annoy me. So we're just going to do, actually, well, yeah. Maybe we'll do, no, we could go do our free ranked game. Hold on. Oh, I'm an idiot. Drinking hot chocolate from Dunkin'. America run no dun dun. Oh, I had to concede. Well, we could just do a run. Okay, so it's run based. I'm going to be making decisions about what to put on my board. Then my board will automatically battle my opponent's board as well. I like to. This is Vanessa. She's basically like the first hero that you get. And I have a shovel. This shovel, after 10 seconds, will deal 30 damage. The other cool part about it, though, is that it's a silver item, so it's a tier 2 item. And it will generate a small item for free of, I believe, the same quality. I'm going to put this down. I'm just going to pick up a tool. Sure. And I'm going to fight this little guy. So now we get to the auto chess version of it. I have 250 life. My opponent has 150. This is an NPC. His two fangs will trigger every 4 seconds. Mine will trigger every 10 seconds. And then this one will trigger every 4 seconds. This one gives my weapons +1 damage. And when I sell this for gold, it will give all of my weapons 3 damage permanently. Shovel is huge. So it's a day. So there's one day. There are 6 decisions that you make. At the end of the day, you fight. Well, not 6 decisions that you make. 4 decisions that you make. And at the end of the day, you actually fight another player. You want to defeat 10 players, ultimately, to win. And you can only lose a certain number of times based off of how much prestige you have. Right now, I'm not really set up super well. But I'm just going to make decisions I would normally would. You have skills, like this one is, you know, my leftmost weapon has plus 24 damage, so you want to put that onto a very fast weapon. And you can gain different stuff. You can get experience, leveling up gets you more slots up to a maximum, then also triggers special events. I like to pick a skill here. That's a very bad skill. Gonna pick up a slow item. It's a bad slow item. All right, this is my setup. So every 8 seconds, I'm gonna slow one item, and I'm gonna swing my shovel at them. The good part about these two things is that they're both economy items, because at the start of each day, I will be generating items. And you basically go forever until you either have one or you have lost. Playing an economy game.
I may be young for
This is a very bad setup, so the only way I win this fight is if the person opposed for me also has a very bad setup. They do not. They're just going to kill me. And I have lost. Bang. That's okay. So losing day one, you only lose 1 prestige, and it goes up from there. But now we have economy. We got 2 different items. I got a little parakeet. Little guy. Sure. Now let's start thinking about like what we need to get. So we have a lot of money. That is good. We have a lot of money. I do like skills. Yeah, so the funny part about that is I would still lose because I would have lost a timer, but I didn't actually lose as much as you might think I did. So all these are bad. I don't really like any of them. Weapons have more crit is not terrible. It's just like not really worth it. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little bit weird. I'm gonna pick this up.
place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Just real quick, you are a friend. So we've leveled up. Leveling up allows us to pick an option. So like my weapons can gain damage. This is very low value right now. A burn item gains 1. I don't have any burn items. Leftmost gains more. Friend gets me loot. The loot is very good, and aquatic items are not bad either. But the loot are very good. So it's like, you know, your item gains poison, your weapon gains damage. And then I also got gain shield, and this one is very good. This reduces cooldowns of items. Go ahead and toss that back on for right now. I'm gonna check out weapons.
Good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. Go make some more stories. Then come back and tell me.
They're not particularly good, but I am gonna pick them up. Boop. So like at least now I can like do a fight, kinda. Okay. And then these are the NPCs. You get to pick the NPCs. So the one on the right will be harder, but will be worth more. The NPCs also drop one of the items that they have. And I'm trying to think about what I can currently do. What I can currently pivot into. I don't even know what this little crab drops. This has a dog, which is generally like a weapon-focused setup. And this one is just a bunch of junk. And I don't really care about too much of the junk, so I'm going to go try to get a dog. This is dog. Whenever you sell an item, you gain 6 damage. We like dog. Dog also has, whenever you sell a small item, one of your weapons gains 2 damage. These are just generally good for like single weapon builds. Dog is not the best single weapon, but you can see how it has like very, you know, clear-cut scaling. Oh, dog. We hope we get dog, though. We like dog. Oh, yeah, they have the big claw, right? So you can see, at least for now, the NPC fights are pretty easy.
Was that even a battle?
We got dog skill. So we're heavily incentivized for a single weapon setup right now. We have dog skill, and we have leftmost weapon. I'm gonna sell that. Probably don't care about this. I don't really want small items so much. There's some good small items I could get. I'm gonna try to keep my economy going, and I'm going to invest in my economy. So you could do a couple different things here. So I can either gain some experience, which is actually very good. So this is basically the other option. It's actually the exact same thing. I could just gain a bunch of gold. I could take a fight. It's not bad. I'm gonna build into economy. What up, Matician? See massive patch notes? I have not. No. You have a link? But I will pay 1 gold to increase my economy. That means at the start of each day, I will gain this much. There are things that are like based off your economy, your income, but not really for Vanessa. Tools. I think I'm just gonna get a free item. I have gotten another thing that will generate items for me. I'm going to sell extract because I don't think I'm going to do poison. And I'm going to sell this as well. Because that at the start of the next day, those 3 things will trigger and I will generate 3 items. BNET on a piranha is huge. That's a lot of damage there, boss. So this is something that Crip loves a lot, which is burn item has +8 because burn does damage twice per second, but it reduces how much damage it has on it each time. Ooh, when you visit a merchant, this in the item to the left of it gains value. Very cool, very cool, very cool. I'm going to, because I believe this triggers even when it's in here. I guess we'll see right now.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
It did. Okay. So, I think, I mean, what's being offered to me is just like a kind of a very straightforward, like just weapons-based build.
The crew.
We're eventually going to sell this shovel. That's why I'm going to do this. We're also about to level up.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
That is like such a weird waste of money. I think I'm just going to gain experience or just pick up an item. Aquatic items have cooldown. Not really building into that. I'm just going to pick up an aquatic item. Nice. Now I have 2. Yeah. Or we could do this. I mean, this might actually lead to me staying alive for longer. Get a poison item. I don't really want any of this. I'm gonna get a poison item. Now we kind of have an aquatic setup. Kinda. Gonna go ahead and do that. Scrap Boy doesn't really have anything for me. Tempest also doesn't have anything for me. I'd like to do Scout Trooper just because I really like the Uzi. But the question is, I don't know if I kill Scout Trooper. Scout Trooper kind of does a lot of damage very quickly. We have a lot of fast damage. I'm going to try it. Killing the one on the right is also just like worth more. But if you fail, you get nothing. I am generating shield and healing. And maybe that's just like kind of good enough. Forgot this thing is just cracked out of its gourd. Fuck you. Alright, we were kind of close. Alright. Abandoned chest is good. Just XP and gold. Tools. I don't really know what I'm going for. I'm gonna keep leveling up and then pivot. Medium items. Medium items are good because I can start filling up to my, like, kind of this idea of single item build.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
This is like a fairly decent single weapon setup. Like, it's better than the one I currently have. Like, very late to be picking up a base katana, but who cares? I think I just need to go for damage. This seems like a weird. This is a weird thing I'm doing. I'm gonna sell this fishing net. I don't really want more piranha. No, I kind of do want piranha though, don't I? So I'd have to get rid of everything else. Am I fine with that? I kind of am. Let's commit to this a little bit more. That's just kind of like a pile of damage.
Not to squabble with nobodies.
You do
For day 3, this motherfucker has dog. God damn it. God damn it.
Time, boys.
Well, man got dog.
Plunder.
What can you do?
More plunder.
Ammo skills. So the small aquatic item I got is a chum bucket. When you get this, you get a piranha. And then the small item I got was emerald. So either I wonder how these trigger. Is it actually in order of when you get them? Because this was my small item. This could have been my piranha. This could have been my small aquatic. And I wouldn't know, because then I wouldn't know if I have the other piranha. That's interesting. This is fairly good, though. Ammo skills. I mean, there's a very, very good ammo skill, which says when you crit, reload your ammo. That's this one. All right, we are now doing this build. Basically. Now I need crit chance. Large items can get me the crit chance that I need.
Why so fight?
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So. I'm also just about to level up. So I think we... Get rid of this bird. This chum bucket and this little guy. Pick up this crow's nest. I also, because we have the first time that you use a large item, burn, and then this says burn haste and then burn with haste again. I also kind of wanted to build into that. Because I also kind of have a poison setup here. Flashy reload is better for not single weapon setups. Also, I think it's too late to buy the Cove. The Cove says whenever you sell an item, this gains 1 value. So you can see how you can kind of build up a lot of economy very quickly. We level.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
I don't want anything else being hit, basically. And now I just want a bunch of fast things that can actually crit. And I don't think I'm really investing into katana. So I think I'm investing into these throwing knives. And now I need to start thinking about what I want to start getting for loot. I also just want a metric ton of money all the time. You actually give me anything? Do I care about anything that you give me? I'm just gonna go fight this guy. Because I think I out DPS him. Oh yeah, my poison. Also, building into crit on Piranha is like not the worst thing on the planet. So we need to upgrade our crow's nest. Getting crow's nest is like very easy though, so that's pretty cool. We got the banjo. Adjacent weapons gain for whatever. Adjacent banjo. Get rid of that. I don't want it. I guess I'm just.
And sometimes I sell stuff. Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang.
Offer you ways. This would be 5 gold for plus 10 damage. I am looking for stuff to actually put on here that's good.
Mine is highly concentrated.
Wait. They don't love you like I love you. This also works really good for a single weapon build. We're just kind of not single weapon right now. It's just this really dilutes its effectiveness. And I say this is really good. This is like fine. I'm going to reroll here. Fuck me, dude. Hold on to this emerald.
You're a smart one for your size.
I think I do. Well, I think I do need to commit to something here. I'm holding on to this because why am I holding on to this? I don't need this. Just commit to the thing. Take the thing that you're being offered, Mac.
Go ahead.
No, you don't want to do single. Like if you're doing daggers, you actually just want a metric ton of very fast weapons that all do high damage. It's so that you could just dump your whole load very quickly. You ultimately don't even want crow's nest. You actually just want an entire field of weapons. And you just need to get your crit elsewhere. Excuse me. Am I outscaling this thing's weapon? If I crit often enough, I am. He does weapon through shield. If I could get lucky and crit, which I actually just did. No, he's just shielding so much. I don't have high enough crit chance yet. I do think I had this fight if I actually had like even like 50% crit chance.
That was invigorating.
But like I need to get off of this bayonet.
Like my crew says at the bar.
I need to get off of everything.
Another round.
Work the docks. Okay, what do we got? These are pretty good too. I don't really care about any of that. We don't have the star chart. I think I'm just still looking for like good stuff to put here. None of this is what I need.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Wait, well, if I actually had like real weapons, I mean, I'm just gonna click this because I do think it's still the best option. Get a small weapon. I think I'm shopping. Like, I think I'm shopping for actual items. I am gonna take this. Fight duelist.
I have mastered the dueling art. This paper says so.
Duelist has some good stuff. That's what we want to do. We just want to.
I'm the best.
Waste of gun.
Well, hey, it's gunpowder. It's not what I wanted, but I could have gotten a second dagger. Small and large items gives me the opportunity to find another crow's nest and also actually find things. We'll do it. No. God damn it. Monster skills. Monster skills are typically stronger than your average skill. We sell a smile, give a shield. We can upgrade this. I think we're gonna pick Rush. Because having when you haste as a trigger is just very good for other skills.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist,
Also, I'm like
go
not
ahead,
great at this game yet.
underestimate me.
So you're gonna see me doing stuff. Oh, look at that like actual build, you piece of shit. Damn, dude, the dock lines are crazy.
I paint my ship red.
Flagship is very, very good. Especially having like a fully online flagship with a gold crow's nest. Like yourself. Gain 2 income? Maybe. Use an adjacent item, give the other adjacent item on haste. Obviously no, get out of here. Am I holding on to this? I think I am.
Make deal.
Oh, the crow's nest up. Oh, and star chart. Okay. Now we're actually making some moves here. Star chart's very good. I'm not re-rolling this. Then upgrade an item. I think this is my biggest upgrade. Now everything has plus 75 crit chance. That's obviously a metric ton. So now these things, so I actually want to put this here. My fastest weapons will crit. Am I trying to, I think I'm still trying to find good weapons, right? I think so.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Revolver's good because it comes with base crit chance. Although we're about to be at like, it doesn't matter what the item is. It's not, well, I still need good weapons though. The issue with revolver is that it can get targeted by the reload. It is fast, it just can get targeted by the reload. Which I guess is not like a super problem. But like these do need to just be 2 more weapons. Like this needs to not be here. Also, I'm getting rid of this. I don't want to look at it anymore. In fact, I don't even want to look at you anymore. I hate being cluttered. I want this revolver. 95% crit chance. Like this hasting is just very, very good. Metronome is cool. I like it. Do I want this revolver? Revolver's just like generally a good weapon. The question is, do I want it? Also, am I doing this at this point? Like, do I have enough crit chance where this should be full all the time? Probably. Am I buying this revolver? I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna reroll. How about that?
I fight alongside you.
Oh, but like this is a very good single weapon setup. Rifle is very good. Sniper rifle deals 3 times its weapon damage if it's your only weapon. So you have to speed it up, but basically what happens, and also it would get hasted at the start of the fight. So it would take 3 is 6 is 4. It would take 7 seconds to go off. But it could get frozen. I'm gonna fight Trash Column. So that's what the build's supposed to do. Basically just go off.
See that plank?
Oh, plasma grenade is very good. Plasma grenade is very, very good. So metronome, when you use an adjacent item, give the other one haste. So this would turn this into a permanently hasted item that every 0.95 seconds would haste this. This would go from a 4-second to a 2-second. And the idea would be something like this. We just wouldn't be critting 100% of the time. Then we could also do this. Try that out. We can work the dock. We should probably do this because we're going to run out of opportunities. So 6 gold and 2 experience. Obviously, that's a metric ton. Gain a haste item, sells regular items. I feel like I'm still buying items.
People first, profit 10th.
I have a metric ton of... Sure, I will level up my shovel. I will now get gold small items.
Will inspire the crew.
It's also worth 30 gold. I have such a stupid amount of economy. I have never played around with GT. It does seem like a good weapon, but... Give it an ammo. Give it 14 damage. Give it 14 damage or give it ammo. Giving it ammo is like very good. Based solely on the name Umezawa's GT. I remember when I first learned that Umezawa's GT was a card and I thought it was the greatest thing on the Snap Radio. Happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate that. Locked and loaded, your leftmost. So the calculation I'm trying to do right now is how much damage is this worth? It's basically like a free 90% damage. It's like a free 90 damage tick that wouldn't happen normally. So is 4 of them gaining 12 damage? No, 14 damage, which is double. 4 is 40 is 56, doubled because it's crit. Currently outperforms that. But this also increases the efficiency of all damage that I gain after that. I'm gonna pick up ammo. I'm not sure if that's actually the right answer. Plasma grenade is very good. I don't think it should actually be on board right now, but it is good. Let's go fight. Let's see what happens. Let's see what our damage does. We really want a grenade. Grenade is a lot of damage. Oh, we can also successfully hit this. Oh, so we kind of want spices and we kind of want the one that like slows, freezes, does damage. But plasma grenade is very good. Also, the burn is like kind of valuable. Well, it's not really valuable for us, no. Small item skills. I think I'm looking for skills at this point. Large items, crit. When you crit, your heal items gain. Use your large item. When you burn, your items gain crit chance for the fight. We got a gamma ray. When you use the core, another ray, this gains 3 poison. I do not care about rays. We're going to reroll skills here. None of these skills are good. Items have 3 crit chance per item. That actually helps get us over the hump.
My skills
right?
are not weapons.
Almost.
A blade can prune a garden.
Per weapon that you have. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's 12. That's a little bit. We need to increase the number of weapons on board.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. okay. It was nice to see.
Thug is generally good. Thug can get us into the Thieves Guild. Also has Spice, which Spice is kind of cracked for us. See, we haven't crit here. Or it's actually hitting multiple things, which is kind of bad.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Toxic Concealed Dagger. Not great. I think it's a little bit too late for us for this. Yeah. I do want haste items. But I also wanted to work the docks there, but there's not a lot I can do.
I'm cuter.
Turbo Flagship. Do I care about this? No. I think I'm pretty built into I mean Turbo Flagship is very good, but I'm kind of built into I could still be a single target weapon though. Then Turbo Flagship can actually just hit my plasma grenade. And then I could actually use Dog to hold on, am I going Turbo Flagship? A tool, an ammo, a property. Property. This is an ammo. I don't currently have a tool I would actually put on here. Oh, I do. Am I full swapping over to flagship right now? I kind of am, right? So it'd be 1, 2, 3. This. I could actually even fit in one more thing. Not that I currently have one. Is this like Slay the Spire? It is run-based. You could arguably call it a deck builder. So rather than, sorry, let's not even do that. It's not really a deck builder. It is auto chess. Auto chess is like a deck builder, except that your deck is just in front of you the whole time, and it does what your deck's supposed to do. So it takes away the RNG of that. But it's an auto chess game that is run-based. So you make decisions, you fight NPCs, and you fight a boss. So it's like Slay the Spire in that it is a decision-based run RNG game that has a limited number of options while simultaneously having like a near infinite amount of possible outcomes due to those options. If you like Slay the Spire, I think you would like this game. I love Slay the Spire, and I'm really enamored with this game. Turbo Flagship is just very good here and would basically mean I could like turbo out Plasma Grenade. And then I wouldn't have to worry about the fact that weapons does drop off. I'm gonna buy it.
Just win fights. It feels good.
Because it would also just be, like, if I just put it on the board right now, it would also just be good. I do want to see what other haste items they have. Also, it's supposed to be turn 8. When do you no longer see the docks? Is that turn 8 or turn 9? Or day 8 or day 9? Oh, but you know what? Normally I would want to enchant this with cannot be frozen. I'll just have to put things on the board. Sure. Let's do this. Let's roll. Let's see what they got. Turbo Port is also kind of insane. Turbo Port is very good for this build right here. But we are going to hard commit to this. Tool. And then I need a friend. This is too late. Also, buying an enchanted one is very bad. Large items. I guess I'm still kind of looking for large items, right? Yeah, piranha is not friend. It is aquatic weapon. So I need a friend.
For me, this is talking fast.
Okay. The free option was get a small doodly boop. Okay.
The keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
We now have a lot of crit chance, which... I'm still going to put this out. Well, let me think about this. This is going to get hasted. It's going to go off in 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, it hastes this. This now takes 3.5 seconds to go off, which then hastes this. This could also haste itself. Star map is cooldown. That's probably better. Now I need a thing to sell. Get rid of those. Oh, and we need to start selling small items into here, except now that's like kind of expensive. But that is a way of scaling this. I don't have a friend. We can gain crit chance. I don't need to gain crit chance. I guess I'm getting experience. This gaining ammo is kind of cool. Is it? Does that matter? This hastes 2.7. This goes off. This crits. This will get it back. I'm trying to think of if we are ever in a lull where we're waiting for this to go off when this is already here, that 2 ammo would change. I don't think so. So I think we're just powering into levels. Oh, getting the loot would have... I need to... First off, I just need a friend, but I also need to hold one because 4 loot is 4 triggers of dog skill.
I'm huge.
Oh, this multicasts. This is going to be permanently hasted. We need to upgrade this. How is this man out-generating the shield? Oh, this thing does insane amounts of shield. I think we got it. That was close. It really came down to like this these being synchronized.
You fall like a boulder. I flow
Okay.
like the waves.
Chocolate bars are good because they're damage plus just health. I don't really think I want medium items. I don't want medium items. I do need a friend though. So chocolate bars are going to give us 5 little guys. They'll give us a maximum life, which is cool. And every time that I sell one... Oh, I do need to sell you. Every time that I sell one, I will gain damage here. I'm looking for weapon skills. Yes, I am. Each adjacent weapon. That doesn't help me. Large weapons have plus 12. Weapon for each aquatic item that you have. I'm always... Wow, it's nice not being able to see. I will always have 2 aquatic items. That's not really anything. So I'm just going to pick up this. I'm just going to fight the hardest thing. Oh, I need to find a friend. All right, our next primary objective is going somewhere that will give me a friend. We want like curio and junk so that we can get cooldown here. Jack has potions. Does Jack have potions? I think Jack has poison potions. I think that's correct.
Waste of gunpowder.
Damage scaling is good. Find any item in the Bazaar. Is that what I'm looking for? Sells weapons. Is this what I'm looking for? Maybe.
Yataria? The Dunes?
Pepper spray. Weapon. No. Amulet. No, it is a friend though. Fuck are you? When you slow, haste a vehicle. This is a vehicle. That is a lot of synergy. This would be permanently hasted. Am I picking up these sirens? No, I need a friend. I need a friend. I need a friend. The friend could fit in metronome. But then this wouldn't be hasted. Oh no, this could still haste it though. It might hit this though. I need a friend. I could fit a friend. What the fuck is that? Am I picking up these sirens? Seems like generally pretty strong. Oh yeah, it triggers 4 times. Yes, friends are items. Everything is an item. Does it work with controller? I'm not sure. I don't believe so. But I don't know. I'm gonna pick this up. That's just a very, very cool item. I've never used it before.
I guess you can keep it.
Medium and large items. I mean, I could again upgrade for turbo flagship. Non-weapon items will get me to a friend quickly. Not friend, but good item. Reroll. Not friend. None of that is friend.
I feel like
Let's fight this man.
being fully present.
We need a
You
friend.
should know, I'm a bit of a legend on
Oh, I dropped my tool. Oh, this isn't a tool. Oh no.
Boring.
Oh, I just drastically reduced my effectiveness. Slowing for 4 seconds is a lot of slow, though. Holy shit, my guy. Spiky shield is so stupid. Oh, we died. Okay. What would I enchant? Man, we haven't won at all. That's okay. All right, let's see what the enchant is. A poison effect. This would become whenever you crit poison? Sure. That can activate poison effects for us.
May sink, but I'm a good swimmer.
This was stupid of me. Sells weapons, get a tool. Get some chocolate bars. I'm gonna eat some chocolate bars real quick. Small item is where I could get a friend. Give me a friend. That's a friend, but it's a weapon.
Neither wealthy nor wise.
We can kill this guy. That's right. We're really about to pop off here. He's gonna give me a friend. It's gonna be great. Island has friends. Island has one of 2 friends that would use.
It's over already. We
When you
barely got our
heal,
flags up.
healed. That's actually kind of lit. Aquatic items have cooldown. Okay. Sells skills, sells bronze tier junk. We'll pick up a skill.
You have great potential. Let me train.
Leftmost weapon has lifesteal. Is interesting because it means I could drop the crow's nest, but I'm not going to get to 100% crit. I need... none of this. When you slow, your items gain crit chance. I'm actually going to pick this up because now this will crit.
I do not teach violence. I teach mastery.
Haste, slow, and cooldown. There are friends in haste and slow.
Life is urgent. Hurry up.
That's a friend. I also think that this is just like a significantly better tool than this right now. Please don't kill me. Hopper does have synergy, but not in a direction that we really care about, I don't think.
We're out to dethrone a
Because I would have to trade a tool for that. Oh boy. 100% crit chance? Doesn't have 100% crit chance. So we either need to kill him before it goes off, or he needs to not crit. Holy, we are a god king.
You should put it toward nobler use.
Sick.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Awesome.
I would never debase my wares.
A friend? That's a friend.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Okay, so what do we need now? We could upgrade this for more damage.
Small things remind me of seeds. Acorn. I can feel my leaves falling.
I don't know. Get a small friend. We need skills is what we need, honestly. Also, I can't heal until I've lost life. Hold on, lifesteal doesn't count as healing? Does not count as healing. Oh, fuck. Alright.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
So this is actually like scaling damage. My question is it relevant? Because this one will scale survivability. Does it ever get to a point where it matters? Upgrade an item. Upgrading this is obviously damage. I think we're upgrading plasma grenade.
Now this will inspire the crew.
Skills is good. Damage, nothing, nothing, nothing. When you slow, freeze, that's what we kind of need. Honestly, we need a lot of freeze now. Self-freeze skills, thank you. When you haste, freeze. When you freeze, reload an item. First time you crit. When you haste, freeze will go off immediately. This can actually save our lives. This is just stronger, but this goes off immediately. Because we haste immediately due to our rush.
Dad's killed it. You know that, right?
I think this is the setup.
Go ahead. Underestimate.
Would I want a harpoon?
Makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain.
Instead,
but I've seen
maybe.
My share of storms.
Not harpoon. Oh, I see we have a very similar build. Have fun never using your fucking items. Oh ho ho ho. God damn it.
No ball.
Who's that?
Retreat. Rebuild. Revenge.
This was a cool setup. I think we just got into the build too late. All right. So I'm going to do my free ranked game for the day. Let's try it again. Very good. Very good weapon here. Early game skills aren't super big. I don't really want weapons. I'll just get spare change. And then what do I care about? Sure. Rifle is very good because it's fast. And it reloads itself. Just a very efficient weapon.
Waste of gun.
We are a weapons build. But right now it's kind of fine. Yeah, we'll go here. I like picking up a skill. We get a slow item. Friend.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Our setup was very cool in the last one. We just hadn't scaled the damage enough. Don't crit. Now we still lose. That's pretty close though.
Next time, boys. Less
Early game skills are still very weak.
more plunder.
Tools, getting a friend. I'll get a friend. Here's a friend. This is not the friend that we want, but now that we have a friend, you get an ammo item. Kinda none of this is what I want. Is this enough to win? Can I kill this with just a rifle and slow? I'm gonna fight the coconut crab. I think we kill coconut crab? Is that accurate? Now I think about it. We don't. I fucked myself over. I'm gonna die to coconut crab? Hold on. Hold on, coconut crab. Okay, it doesn't sow. Hey guys, I'm having a fucking moment right now.
My ship, my will to get stronger.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things. On behalf of the Grand Society of them, Mister. Anyway, thanks.
Do I just accept the fact that like I'm just gonna lose for a little bit? Like, I really need these to not be the weapons that I have.
Hello.
Save.
Scrape off the barnacles. Good as new.
Saved.
We're out
Easy
to
game.
dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
How dare you not crit every single time on 29% chance to crit? This guy already has like a pretty cool little setup here.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Ammo items is kind of where I'm looking right now. Yeah, this is kind of exactly where I'm looking.
Tell him Dusty Cole sent you.
We level up here.
Waiting to be filled.
Okay, so this is now, get rid of this for a hot second. Put this down, put this down, put this down. The narwhal for right now? Sure. Damage and crit chance. Sure. Sure. Sure.
I've studied for this. I can win. I flunked
Bang.
again.
Bang, bang.
See
Potion?
that plank?
Not the potion I was looking for, but we don't hate that potion. Sells weapon skills. I think we're at the point where... Or do I just need weapons? We're at the point where weapon skills could be cool. None of this is particularly great, but I will. Well, I'll pick up this. Poison skills. Not currently poisoning. I don't really want large items. Not really. This is not terrible. Yeah, alright. Now we just dump all of our damage and hopefully that carries us for a few days.
More fun.
Ah. Do you have a similar build in mind? My damage dumped faster. Get bent. That honestly, that was just a roll of the dice.
You fall like a boulder.
We just had crit chance.
Flow like the waves.
Work at the docks is not great for us right now. We'll check items though. No, that's particularly good.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant.
Have a friend get loot. Have a friend get loot. Your weapons gain 4 damage is not nothing.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. If
That's
it's not,
good.
bring it
That's
back.
actually pretty good.
I want you to be
That is a lot of damage on that boy. This is good. Am I putting this in? Not really. Just to have it. I don't really want this anymore. I don't think I really want this either. Okay. Technovirus? I think Technovirus has stuff we care about. I'd also like to... I think we have good damage. I think we could just kind of like dump damage. Nitro? No, actually don't. Crypto is economy, I guess. It's also just worth it because it was the most gold that we can get. Now we're looking for upgraded crow's nest.
It's over already.
We can get regular virus, sure. Large items or upgrade, or not upgrade, but grant. No, this is like 5. This is so bad, I think. Go for an upgraded crow's nest. We get it every time. Ooh, we could still dip into some economy here too. I think I'm going to.
Coins are like dust in my palm, but thank you.
Although, so not on our current, well, kind of on our current. On our current setup, we kind of want port. That's what we actually want. This will do for right now. This gives us the ability to generate economy. We don't care about this. No. We just have this one little guy here. Abandoned chest, sure, will power into a level up.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Man, I really want another weapon. I actually want 2 more weapons, but we'll do it. Alright.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
So now I need ammo skills. I need the when you crit replace ammo. Oh, I'm going to absolutely fucking annihilate you. We want 2 more weapons and we need crit ammo. So right now there's no way to refuel our throwing knives.
Land legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines.
Any good fights lately? I do miss
This is a really good weapon. This is also a very good weapon.
Lufo teaches stillness. I prefer
Boop.
action.
That's a very, very good weapon. Work at the docks. Get our money and our XP. Mob Squad? Sabretooth? I'll fight Sabretooth. Diamond Fangs is pretty nutty. Also, the Shiny Fangs are just like good weapons.
Was that even a battle?
Yeah, we get
Maybe
money.
skirmish.
Upgrade an item. Right now, this setup doesn't want to stay on Crow's Nest. This setup wants port. Or the what's it called? Or the crit skill. This is a metric ton. This is like just a very large damage increase, though.
Quicker the fight.
Small
Size
items,
dilutes the
sure.
brain. Mine is highly concentrated.
I have money. Do it. Not what I wanted.
Want something big and
Low
ugly?
skills.
Go see PoE.
Get a poison item, get large items. Slow skills. Do I actually want to swap into port right now? Kind of do. Where would I get my crit chance from? Nowhere. Oh, I think I'm still in just like dump my whole load thing. Guess I'll pick up slow skills. Yeah, now we just need a way to slow.
We're out to
There's a lot of different ways to get that.
Not to squabble with nobodies.
Oh yeah, I think we're about to hurt your feelings, guy.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Oh yeah, our damage is about to pop off. First time, 5 times you crit, charge, or charge. Oh yeah.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
Crit chance or... I think weapons get damage. Gumball is not terrible, especially with Cove. I will do gumballs. Gumballs are like a very small little bonus, but they also help us get off crit chance requirements. But they're basically free because they cost 1 gold per, and every time I sell it, I increase Cove's value. They're also just like kind of pretty efficient. It's gonna be one of the last times. We're probably gonna see the dock, so we might as well take it. Yeah, and then we just kind of keep hoping that we have enough damage. Although we need to be scaling damage like significantly more effective than we currently are. Luckily, this is nothing. Luckily, what I'm looking at right now is currently nothing.
I paint my ship red, but I don't use paint.
And the docks. How many times am I going to do the docks? As many times as it will let me. Weapons gain damage, sure. We do need better weapons. Chocolate bars is also a great way to... This is net 0. Or I'm sorry. Buy it for 2. Sell it for 1. This gains 1. That does nothing. I don't know why I did that. I kind of don't like any of these. Guess I'll do Joyful. Did I do Chili Charles? Do Jack?
Come to steal my
I can't remember what they all have. Yeah, none of this matters. All right, so Joyful Jack doesn't actually have potions.
Back to the patch for me, it seems.
I really need crit regains or a port.
Walk it.
Sell items with a high chance of upgrades. Short.
We're part shop, part museum.
That's not nearly as valuable. It's like not worth 24 gold. Neither of these really are. I guess always critting is better than not always critting. I think we're gonna get there even without it. Yeah, I think this is just not worth it, the money. Right? I guess? Plus 12 damage? 12 damage to 1 weapon I don't really want to be using? Probably not. Bronze chair junk is pretty good. I am looking for skills though, I think.
Is full of noise. You must find the quiet within.
I will buy this.
Now this.
It does just mean that basically like my first couple, like this will crit, it'll immediately set off this, which will crit, which will immediately set off this, which will crit, and basically it'll just dump.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist, go ahead.
And then I will just be out of damage.
Makes this more fun.
Luckily we kill this.
Bring her about. I've got another salvo with me. You fall like a boulder. I flow like the waves.
It's pretty big. It's actually massive. Chocolate bars is good. weapons.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof. The Bazaar is not kind to the weaponless.
Oh, a customer. People say my armor's the best.
When you slow charge an item. Alright, we are at the point where we don't have enough damage anymore.
Waste of gun.
God, I hate you.
I'm so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I won't tell you what happens.
Tools? Risking coin is like kind of fine.
Are tools
I think there are tools that could help me out a lot here. I lied. Weapons gain damage. Sure.
I may be young.
We are very much in the
my share of storms.
we cannot burst enough anymore, and it's getting a little bit too late. Luckily, this is not really. Oh no, we have to make it through 2 full life totals, basically. We got there. Some stuff still active. Buddy, I really need you to crit every time here. Oh, we super lose. Because of a life preserver?
Land legs make you predictable.
Oh, that
You
is
move in straight
too much.
If
All right.
you have talent, you should put it toward nobler use.
Come with no weapons? I feel like that decision comes from a negative place.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight. Use it well. Make me proud.
Man, I really want to port. Elite Duelist?
You must think very highly of yourself, Jack. You should teach at the academy.
It's over already.
What?
We barely got
Of all the things to give me, bud, that wasn't it. Fighting a monster is pretty okay here. Gold tier items can also be very good.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Upgrading an item. Yo, what up, Pico? Jack's skill is good too. Oh, I don't know what Jack's skill is. I'm just gonna do this so that I know I know I will at least just like dump my full damage potential. And maybe and hopefully that's just good enough.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Damn.
Cannon, no ball.
Because this gets me an enchantment.
A solid gem, flecked with glittering moments.
Enchant it with crit effects. Crow's Nest crit effect is they deal double crit damage, right?
This is why I wear red.
Hopefully.
So the crew won't see me bleed.
Yeah, that's hey, that's kind of fucking huge.
Don't worry, mate. I'll look out for you.
Pistol sword is very good. I don't think it is for us though.
Just trying to look out for you, mate.
How do you hugelings use these things?
No upgrades for me.
I'm
Okay.
bad at this, but I just want the huge thing.
I forget what the octopus's ability is. Nothing that I want. Cool. It's bugged and doesn't work? Oh, it super doesn't. Wow.
That was fairly seaworthy.
Wow. All right. Well, at least we got this. Okay.
You have great potential. Let me train.
We don't have the ability to haste yet. I don't have anything that says haste. Now we do. Rapid Thought is very good, but I think this, now that we actually... Now we can actually output damage and crit.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun. You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. You've got talent.
Yep,
You
Ben.
should put it toward nobler use.
What did that?
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
One of the monster skills? Yeah, we got flashy reload. And am I on gumballs right now? Am I on small items? Am I on gain gold? I don't think we need to gain gold. I think we're on gumballs because it's like just keeping all the gold we currently have. With very slight upside. And I think we're just looking for weapon upgrades and weapons gain 12 or weapons gain 10. Well, hey now. Yeah, I think we're just try to scale. What a piece of shit. I'm so pissy that this doesn't work. Temporary boost. A bunch of gold. Alchemist skill is cool, isn't it? When you use a tool reload. Oh, we don't have tools. Yeah. Never mind. Well, I mean, Rainbow Potion is cool.
Not enough bismuth in the end.
I think I would drop Revolver for Rainbow Potion.
See that plank?
Oh, I don't have to worry about it. Heal effect. Do I care about healing? Kinda do. Do I want to go here? Because the double crit does nothing. This has got to be when you crit heal, right? And then hopefully that works. Skills.
Experience is treasure.
We're definitely picking that up, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're picking up Berserker, because everybody should have more life than us.
The Bazaar is a rabid beast.
Getting our salvo off 20% faster is really good.
Isn't with you, but if you insist.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Oh, bees are rough. But critting is healing us. Oh, hold on. But they're also scaling. Okay, we lose. So against anything other than... Alright. Well. What can you do?
I am the last daughter of House Corzina.
That really sucks that that was bugged though. I feel like we just got our legs underneath us too. Not that that was like a hard counter. It was just like generally good. See, I'm very bad at the game. That wasn't satisfying though. We're gonna do one more ranked run. Don't tell my girlfriend. Don't tell my girlfriend I'm locking in for another hour. Alright, starting off our first ranked run for the day. Big. Also big. We'll just take big. Big. Range mushroom. Do I actually want to do XP here? I've been taking skill, but maybe skill is trash. Skill is trash. Do I take XP? Do I take gold? I'm going to try XP here. Boom. Boom. Low lighter is like pretty decent. We'll fight the drone. Bang. A bang. Perfect KO.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
Abandoned chest is obviously good. We're super leveling here.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Yeah.
You want to buy that? I mean,
Little friend, little activator. Sure.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Get another friend. Aquatic item has cooldown. Leftmost weapon does more damage. Get a weapon. I'll get another friend.
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Right.
I may be young for a captain.
No reloads? I do not have any reloads. The hope here is that I will just kill them. Currently looks like I'm on track to do.
And I still lost.
Land legs make you predictable. You move in straight
Jungle ruins suck if I'm not mistaken. Small items can be pretty good here.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Excuse me.
Fire's remorse
I think both
never
these are like pretty good.
be remorseless.
So I actually have enough damage to do something.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
That sure.
Enjoy your purchase.
Can I kill the Covetous Thief with this? I think this is enough damage to kill Covetous Thief. Maybe I just need to drop a weapon here. I think this is enough damage to kill Covetous Thief. Cool part about Covetous Thief is that I can get the dagger, or I could get Shadowed Cloak. Shadowed Cloak is very good. Dagger is very good. Yeah, we killed Covetous Thief here. Okay. I've like gone in to fight him and just like ran out of damage and then watched him very slowly kill me with Concealed Dagger before.
Waste of
Very good. That's what I wanted. Get like really, really early econ going with that. Here's mushrooms, sell weapons. Maybe it's sell weapons.
But I can help you finish
Revolver
the
is
fight.
also a good weapon.
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
4 for 5. For 4. This is more DPS over the same amount of time. 9 seconds of the fight. I think fights are going for longer than 9 seconds right now. Also, this is a pretty decent friend.
Use it well.
Early on.
Make me proud.
Find an abandoned chest. Sure.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Put out my friend. Put out this. That actually wouldn't work. That, sure. Bought that for no reason. Weapons gain 1 out of 3. Gain crit chance. Or crit chance early. And a bunch of stuff. Or I'm just gonna leave that out. Sure. Oh, then I probably should have swapped out Rock for little fish boy. Damn. Concealed Dagger goes off. We get the gold. Huge. I think we also, yeah, we also kill. Just like early game aggression here. I'd like to not just do port again. Or not just do Crow's Nest again. I've also kind of set myself up to not have to do it. I can instead do port. Medium items. Or gain. First off, do this. Medium items. Sextant. Also, star map. Or just gain an income.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Good weapon.
If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy. I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
She has a cool weapon. He has a... I should have fought her if only just for the gold that I would get. Hey. Hey, I kill this man, right? I don't think I do. Oh no, I fucked up so bad. We got the gold. Wow. Hey man, I really can't afford to be losing to NPCs like that.
It's just one battle. Plenty more coming.
Here's my port.
Markets, just straight boulders. This is more fun.
Really don't want to just do Crow's Nest again. Also, I think this would have been better damage output. Oh, I should have bought that cove though. Water wheel, no. Flagship is good. Do I just buy a flagship? This is just a good weapon. 12.
Your coins are like dust in my palm. But
I need to level up. I'll get a small quad.
Ah, place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Let's go over here. 1, 2, ammo, tool, property, friend. Ammo, tool. And friend. This is significantly more damage. All right, we run it like that for a second. Leftmost weapon gains more. Gain citrus because we got buddy. Weapons gain 4. Okay. Trebuchet for more flinging. There was nowhere to really fit in Trebuchet at the moment in my mind.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like the waves.
Work the docks, almost certainly. And we'll work docks, get some money. Silver tier skills are pretty good. We are very quickly rocketing into single item, single weapon build again. I mean, if it's what's offered to you, you just kind of have to take it.
You're tougher than you look.
I don't really know what I would want from here.
Not even a battle?
Well, it wasn't wrench.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Rocketing towards it. Rocketing. Or am I doing a cannonball? That's a great question.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Rocketing towards it.
Haha! Now this will inspire the crew.
Well. You know what they say.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
You know what they
My
say.
fight
What up,
isn't with
Phelan?
you, but if you insist.
If it ain't broke, don't break it. Oh, this is like good. I think I still beat it, but... Ooh, hold on. Actually, don't, because this got slowed. Absolute fucking Giga Chat. That's huge. Nice. Haste and charge skills is good. I don't really have any money. First time you use a large item, haste or haste in aquatic. I think we're gonna go haste aquatic. We drop this. Sell large items. There's my crow's nest. There's my crow's nest.
I would give it for free, but Tiny Andy says that's wrong.
I still kind of want to be using this every fight. And probably pop snaps. I think I could get away with that for right now. Can I kill you? Maybe. I think I have the damage for it.
You'd make a lovely stick.
The freeze is crazy. I think we do want this. I mean, that's generally good.
See that plank? Walk it.
Getting this up to gold is a lot harder than getting a crow's nest. Or diamond or whatever this is. Work the docks. All right. Work the docks. Ammo skills. Do I care about ammo skills? I do not. Not really. I could be using pop snaps for a while.
Come on then.
How about this dagger is crazy. That's absolutely insane. Am I going to spend 4 gold? Do I think I'm going to get 4 more uses out of this? It's such a crazy question. Yeah. I'm being really, really greedy right now. I'm not gonna get 4 more hits out of this. I am not. Insane. Am I dropping this at this point? And just running this. This gets me another multicast, but it could steal my Oceanic Rush. I think this being hasted for 6 seconds is play.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oh, dicks.
defeat does not defeat me.
Oh, wow. He really almost just popped off.
Bravery without...
Luckily, he doesn't have crit chance, so.
Now this will inspire the crew.
The cast is worth more. I don't know that it is. You'd have to show me the math. Will I ever have a friend that isn't Oceanic? I don't think so. Vehicle cooldown is pretty litty. Crit chance, do I care about crit chance right now? I'm just gonna buy another crow's nest. I don't think so. I'm gonna do cooldown. It's not so much as source, trust me, bro. I am positive that there's an answer where it is yes. Do I just buy this pufferfish just to have a friend who won't steal it? Damage is also, like, kind of good. I think it's stronger than the pop snaps right now. 10% cooldown. 4.2. This is like a very, very short-term use case item. Trash Golem? Yeah, Trash Golem has stuff that we want.
Waste of gunpowder.
Very good. I just need to be able to reload it. Large items for crit chance here.
Hello, little sentient.
Every time.
Gold becomes goods, then returns to gold, like clouds to the sea.
Ammo items. I don't think we really want any ammo items, honestly. Also, the tool upgrade is crazy. I think we just take free damage here. Do I spend 5 to give it 10? Oh, I need an ammo and a friend right now. $5 gold for 50 damage is big. Quack items have cooldown. Oh, being able to put ammo onto this is actually huge. I'll take cooldown, but leveling into plus ammo here is actually very, very big. I need a better tool because I'm not going to need this forever. I need to buy another crow's nest. This is a tool, it's a weapon. Get rid of this nonsense. It's gonna start upgrading itself.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
And then we basically just hope that, like, I don't miss the haste every time. We did. That's a lot.
You've got talent.
Oof.
You should put it toward nobler use.
First off, running this proboscis is absolutely insane. How dare you?
The keener the blade.
Skills here. Ooh, tools. We do want a different tool eventually.
The faulty saw cost me my arm. The last time I ever went cheap on tools.
I think I'd rather a sextant than this. I'm gonna pick up.
Hey, I use that brand myself. Quality stuff.
Instead of jellyfish, you take catfish? Hmm. Yeah. This is also a fairly good tool. Work the docks for like one of the last times we can. Can I kill you? I'm gonna try. Feel bad for Spiff. What? Spiffing Brit? He's doing a charity stream and has to get as much gold and as he has likes and donations. Almost 8 hours in, he's at 10% of the gold needed. Oof. God, this keeps getting slowed. Leave me alone. Hopefully we get Fire Rebirth.
Let's watch the horizon, matey.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
Small items, small people. I love them all. Am I even a master merchant?
I think I'm taking a fight here. Riffle Jack's not who I was looking for, but Rapid Thaw is very good. Team got awarded for finding something on a rescue mission? Fuck yeah. That's awesome.
It's over already. We barely got our flags up.
Goodbye, Black Rose. That's awesome.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to
I think I need
squabble
water.
with nobodies.
I'm gonna grab
You
some
should
water
know,
after this.
I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Huh. That's fun looking.
Next time, boys, less blunder.
I don't really know what you're
more
doing, but
plunder.
that's fun.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like the wind.
Ooh, that's 100 damage. But this getting another charge is kind of insane. I think I have more ways of getting damage than I do of getting ammo.
Ah, now this will inspire the crew.
Burn skills is actually kind of lit here. No pun intended. Check W.
Lethal substances, my business. What you
Those aren't the ones that I wanted.
is yours.
This only adds burn to items which have burn already, right? Also, what have I been doing this whole time? Sure. When you use left, I can now burn and then activate burn, which is kind of cool. Chocolate bars? I don't know. I don't really want chocolate bars.
What can I get you? You leave it behind.
Okay.
Someone else finds it.
Dr.
It all
Vortex.
works out.
I care about this guy. I'll fight Dr. Vortex. He's fun. I don't think I care about anything that he drops, but he is fun. He has a tool. This is a tool you could use. Vehicle property tool. Okay.
See that plank? Walk it.
Okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Ooh. Ooh. What am I looking at here? If I sold everything, because one, I don't need fucking poppers anymore. If I sold this, then this is very likely to get me 2 out of the 3 of these. Getting a plasma grenade upgrade would be huge. Or do I just want to take a rare event? The issue is that, well, the rare merchants can also sell me like a friend that is an aquatic. Upgrade an item. That's basically what I wanted to happen in the first place, I guess.
I boast. Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
See everything the Bazaar has to offer. Sell non-weapon items. We're gonna level up anyways. Get 3 small items. Perfect. Yo, it's looking like the fish is getting kind of jelly. Upgrade your leftmost item again. That's a very good plasma grenade.
Inspire the crew. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Now we have this burb. So this auto haste here. Kind of exactly what we wanted. I also am permanently slowed. That's less than great. Oh my god, the burn got us there. Let's go. Burn high key just won us that fight. Burn skills is pretty good. Tools are also good.
I was born in a volcano, all right. I know my incendiaries.
I'm just gonna spend it. Gold skills. When you crit, your burn items gain 2. When you use a weapon, adjacent get. When you use a vehicle, your items gain crit chance. What are these absolutely garbage, useless fucking things? All of these are so bad. Also, I would really like big... No, I don't need big ego, actually. I would need to get crit chance elsewhere for ego to matter. Spices is cool.
Waste of gun.
Holster is not. Large item just to finish this off.
This is talking fast.
Wow. Shipwreck. Aquatic items have multicast. Ammo items kind of does nothing for me. We'll get some max life, I guess. Sure. Leftmost item gets ammo. Vehicle cooldown is pretty big right now because we just lost a bunch of cooldown. This going off 3 times is very good though.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Oof. Almost got me. Breeze was big though. Breeze actually saved me.
Aha. Now this will inspire the crew.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine
is highly. If you want something big and ugly, go see.
Gumballs? Gumballs is damage. Each gumball is 5 damage. Freeze Man, does he offer me anything I really care? Trash Titan? Trash Titan is cool because he has the good potions. No? Is this a random assortment of things? He's a random assortment of stuff, right? When you use a small item charge, a large item would be kind of fucking sick, actually.
Was that even a battle? Maybe
That's not what I asked for. Skills.
This world is full of noise. You must find the quiet within.
Okay.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Give me a shield crow's nest. Cooldown, more ammo. Is big. Alright.
I may be young for a captain.
Here we go.
But I've seen my share of strength.
Cooldown is probably like our
You
biggest
should know,
multiplier of
I'm a
efficiency
bit
here.
of a legend on Pelago.
They have a whole bunch of bunch of crunch of stuff here.
Bring her back.
The burn
Got
is
another
dude, the burn winning me 2 fights is approaching ridiculous.
Land legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines.
Now I need to enchant this thing with cannot be frozen. I guess we're just going gumballs, right? Gumballs and skills and rare events. I only need 1 more win here. Oh, I haven't even died yet. I say.
You have great potential.
First time you would fall below. When you freeze, reload an item. So exactly 1 weapon. It has lifesteal and crit chance. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. So I just need to come up with 80%. No, I should come up with 30% crit chance. Because I could drop Crow's Nest here and then I don't need to be single weapon.
I care little for gold. Your enlightenment is my reward.
Like even this is just stronger now, right? Hold on, let me make sure I'm not doing anything stupid. Oh no, this is the same thing. Okay, this is the same thing. I'm still 1 weapon, I just don't need to have that up. So I would gain 1 item right now. I mean, even this is just better, right? Yeah. Like a pretty significant margin. Oh, but I lose property. I would need a different property. I need a different property. This is almost better, but I do need a different property. What other property would I want? It could be any property, but which other one would I even want? I didn't really think about that much. I'll take none of this. It's another property that matters.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
Another class's property is, I mean, it's probably definitely the answer. Medium items. There's no medium properties. Properties are always large, right? Take a temporary boost. There are merchants. Who has a good property? Who has a good property that we care about? Oh, but I would still need crit chance. I just buy this. Maybe I reroll. None of that was anything. Peg has medium properties. Ooh. Well, we didn't get lucky, but that's okay. Ammo. Oh. Oh. We're frozen. We're gonna be slow the entire fight. We're frozen again. Oh, we're really freezing, huh? Yeah, this is strictly better. I mean, they got Frost Potion and Plasma Grenade. It's pretty huge.
Another round.
Find any item in the Bazaar. I actually don't think we were going for items in the Bazaar, honestly. We could roll through a couple things, though. This would be cool if I could get a smaller tool. I mean, Silencer is just good. I just don't have a small tool. I guess I'll pick it up.
Who were the people who
Rare
left
event.
these things behind?
Trade health for power.
Much we can give you, but much we require.
Give this crit chance. We don't really want that. Do I want... Why did I even go here? We'll get a ritual dagger. I will fight this boss. Around day 12, where like builds are going to be very good.
You gotta be with the Gorgons.
Assault focus is good.
See that plank?
That's not it. I think I'm just gaining a lot of damage here. I'd like to be able to slap this down, but that means I need a different tool. This guy sells tools.
What's up? Come on in.
None of this is a tool that I want. That is a pretty decent tool, all things considered.
I saved that one from Curio's junkyard. Cleaned up real nice.
It's like, am I actually just doing this? When you crit, you haste an item. Crit 4 times. This is typically hasting itself. It's getting auto hasted already. So it's auto hasted for 6 is 12. reduce its cooldown a little bit more. It's 4 goes of this unless it gets frozen. And I'm not critting 100% of the time, which does suck. But like, this is massive. It's 150 damage per activation. A massive amount of cooldown. This goes up to 5.1. I think this going off sooner is a huge value. Okay.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
I don't even know what medium item I would get right now. Not that. Play that
See
much.
that mountain? That's PoE.
Am I screwing myself by not using this for right now? I think I go for it.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies. My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Oh, this is aquatic. Oh, shit. Oh, yes, please just win. Just win instead. Oh, win in spite of my idiocy. Huge.
Bravery without
And I'm cardboard 14, so.
They will guide your strikes.
Oh, yes, winning in spite of my idiocy. Dude, 50 minutes, that's pretty fast. For me. Boom, baby. Huge. That means we go... Does that mean we go infinite? Does winning 10 mean you've gone infinite? No. Hold on. Where is... Collection? Is 3 chests enough to do another one? Every time? Hold on. Rip. Rip. Is it 35 each time? It is. So yeah, it's just over infinite. Okay. Bada bing. Ooh. So if 35 is the minimum, it's always at least infinite. Sometimes it's better. All right, so out of 6, 4 of them were 35. So there's a chance you go infinite off 7 wins, but you will always off of 10 wins. Okay. All right. Not too bad. Not too bad. There you go. That's the Bazaar. I love the Bazaar. This game is great. This is going to be my downtime game whenever we have time. Or like when servers aren't loading and we need something to play, I'll just be playing this. It's a very, very fun game. All right, y'all. That's it. Let's go raid somebody. I need to eat dinner. It is 9 p.m. my time. And I'm pretty sure I'm expiring in front of you. Who's streaming? We'll go hang out with my boy Hazard. Hang out with my boy Hazard. There you go. Thank you very much for hanging out. I hope everybody had a great time. Helping me learn about PoE, which is very cool. Grinning Hazard. But alright, y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, capcom, krap, sawadee, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. Tomorrow, the PTR starts. So we're going to do Season 7 PTR, which is insane. So I will just, I don't know, stream fucking literally all night, I guess. I'll try to get good night's sleep tonight so that I don't expire quite literally. Go hang out with my boy Hazard. I love you all very much. I hope you have a great night. Hope you all have a great time. I'll see you all tomorrow. We're going to be testing out everything. I'll probably start off with Blood Spear, which is probably going to be the most important thing for us to try to understand the impact of. And then I want to try to do a bunch of ultimate skills. Affliction again. Yeah, there's a lot. But all right, y'all. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Already lost the ball.